Yeah, this track is great. I love the combination of the old and the new. You have this electronic aspect of to the score, to the theme, but also the classical guitar. It's an interesting contrast. Kind of feels futuristic and classical at the same time.
So, who? Come on, that's it. This is what it is, right here. Two dog and dash. Keep on punching.
Now, the breakthrough recruit workout was created by the drill sergeant when he was in boot camp, sweating off pounds and building muscle on army time. Call now, and this one-of-a-kind weight loss program can be yours.
Beautiful people looking really good.
Toning techniques perfect for every body type, every shape, every schedule. Dreaming of the perfect toned, muscular body? The sergeant will get you the results you want fast.
Yeah, keep it going, keep it going. Stay strong. That's it. Strong. Keep on working, keep on working. Let's go. This is what it is. Right into it. Let's go.
Hand-eyes coordinate.
In the next 10 minutes, I got 2 free nanopacks.
Nano's got me where I am today. You guys better take your vitamins.
After the baby, I ballooned and couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I gained weight and just couldn't shed the pounds. I didn't like how I looked, so naturally, I didn't like my baby. My own baby. I was uncomfortable around my friends, not to mention my husband, my own husband. Now, he can't keep his eyes off me. Va-va-voom.
Mini nano machine.
I look and feel better than I did in high school, and that's saying a lot. I was a fox.
So many crazy images, it's hard to keep track of everything.
Everybody started noticing, saying, Michelle, you look great. You know, what's your secret? Well, recruit workout's not a secret. And you know, I've never felt better in my life.
Endorphin overload.
Getting good.
Stop making excuses and start making changes today. Pick up the phone and order the drill sergeant's recruit workout now.
That capsule smoking, one capsule smoking and one drinking.
Make sure you stay hydrated and load up on nano.
Call now. Time's running out. Call now.
You guys better take your vitamins.
Do you like what you see outside your window? Will you ever respect the face in your mirror? Will your children thank you for the sacrifices you're about to make? Our mission is to hear you say yes. Perfecting the world through conquest of technology. Protecting civilian contingent through strategic combat solutions. Werewolf. Evolution. Reinvented.
Cool. I really need to look carefully through all of those TV shows someday. Like some of them, there's so much going on. Like images and text that flash on the screen for like a split second that are almost impossible to catch. So many weird subliminal images and bits of text. And all of them are so detailed. There's like, I'm not sure how many TV shows there are in total, like 5 or 6. The first video you always see is a TV show, and then the second one is always going to be a PMC advertisement. You know, you can switch between stations, and yeah, the first thing will always be some kind of TV show, and then after the TV show, it'll be PMC ads, and you'll get a different PMC ad on each channel. You know, one will be for Praying Mantis, one will be for Pierre Varmamon, and so on. But yeah, there's lots of interesting little details in them. Kind of showing you what the world of Metal Gear has become, showing you what the media is like in this new world. And just the militarization of everything, of entertainment. It's interesting as well when we get into the game how the mission failed screen seems to tie in with this opening as well. You know, when you die in this game, it cuts to TV static. Like it flashes images with TV static and then it finally just sits on a static image. You know, it shows you flashbacks and then it just ends on this static image. I'm assuming they do that to tie in with this opening TV segment. You know, almost like the game itself is a piece of media in the world. But yeah, obviously you have little Easter eggs and cameos from voice actors as well. David Hayter. You also have Richard Doyle in one of the TV shows. He's the game show host. He plays like a devil. Um, the woman interviewing David Hayter, that's the actress that plays Eva, by the way. And the woman in the cookery show, the interviewer in the cookery show, you can see her wearing Eva's jacket, something that looks almost identical to Eva's jacket. The cookery show, I think, is one of the most interesting ones because it seems to be a metaphor for the game itself. I know Kojima has used cooking metaphors a lot for um, as an example for creating a game. I've seen him post it. I've seen him tweet about it a few times, drawing parallels to cooking. And in that cookery show, it's interesting the dialogue from the chef, how he quotes MGS3, and that's the only show where Kojima himself has a cameo. You can see Kojima in the background during the cookery show when the chef says you got to be loyal to your body, to the people you're cooking for. And then, of course, a member of the audience has to come up and chop the snake at the end. This is the last chapter in this snake's life. But it's the audience that has to cut the snake. I always thought that was an interesting moment in that cookery show. You know, given that this is very much a game made out of obligation more than anything, you know. The fans really wanted a follow up to MGS2. Kojima didn't really want to follow up MGS2, but uh, he couldn't avoid it in the end and came back to direct 4. Originally, Shuyo Murata was going to direct this game. One of Kojima's longtime collaborators, co-writer, co-director. Um, he was originally in charge of this game, but when it was announced that Murata was the director, there was once again a fan backlash, and in the end, Kojima himself came back. Would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Murata actually got to fully direct the game. I think he still did have a big role in this game, um, more than he had in other games. Like I'm thinking, I think he did still have a pretty big co-director role. Hey, what's up, Fatepi? How's it going? I don't think Kojima hated Hater. I think he always just wanted a big Hollywood name to play his leading role. You know, he tried to get Kurt Russell first to play Snake for MGS3, and yeah, I think that's it really. I don't think he had anything really against David Hayter. All right, we get into the game.
has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War's changed. ID tag soldiers carry ID tagged weapons, use ID tag gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything's monitored and kept under control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Right. Here we are. So, the game opens, and we focus on this whole idea of routine, going through this endless loop. It's interesting how, during Snake's speech there, the game seems to cycle through the MGS games from 1 through 4. You know, and he says, he's talking about the Patriots system and its genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control, genetic MGS1, information MGS2, emotion MGS3, and then finally MGS4, battlefield control, total control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. And yeah, like no room for individual will. It's kind of a theme that keeps coming back in this game. I think Kojima was sort of looking at the series and just kind of looking at what it might become. And maybe seeing that he was starting to, I think he was starting to feel like he was maybe losing his place in the industry. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second. I think he was starting to sort of see the business side, maybe starting to overtake the creative side, and looking at the series as just becoming this kind of beast beyond his control, that no matter what, you know, there was just going to have to be, there's always going to have to be another MGS. You know, there's no escape from it. The series has become this big corporate, part of this big corporate machine now, and it's never ending. War is routine. Later on, we'll find later on in this opening sequence, we'll find a cardboard box that says "No place for Hideo" written on it. I think Kojima was very much trying to put himself in the place of Snake, someone who kind of exists outside of this system. This new SOP system where all the, you know, all these fighters are teamed up and locked together in this system, almost fused together as one, as some like machine-like entity. I think Kojima also took obviously a lot of inspiration from America's never-ending war in the Middle East, seeing the heavy use of PMCs and the amount of PMCs used on the battlefield, imagining this horrific future of just war for profit, this war business, again, where there's no real individuality or will involved, no emotion. It's just this cold, soulless war machine, war business. And I think he tried to draw parallels between that and where he saw the gaming industry going and where he saw Metal Gear going. I think that's the big metaphor of this game, where it's a commentary on war, the future of war, and also the future of the games industry, and kind of drawing parallels between both as this business. It's one of my favorite things about MGS4, just this horrific, the dystopia of this game is really nightmarish, you know? And I actually think this is one game where product placement actually enhances the themes of the game, which we'll see later on. You know, when we'll be finding Playboy magazines on the battlefield, and on the cover of the Playboy magazines, they'll be advertising the hottest babes of the world's top PMCs and shit like that. And yeah, I think all that stuff really just enhances the game. You know, it's fitting for a world corrupted by business. If we call Otacon here at the very start of the game, it's interesting because we don't actually see Otacon's face. Instead, we get something else. Only at the start of the game.
Okay, Snake. Let's start with the basics. I'll provide instructions via codec. Some of these controls are new, so it's best if you practice now before you get back into the thick of things. Listen carefully to my instructions and then give it a try. I've also set your codec so that you can receive short messages in listen-only mode. With MCON implemented, there's less chance of you accidentally giving away your position.
Yeah, so instead we get their new logo with "To Let the World Be" written on it, which kind of reminds me of some of Big Boss's dialogue at the end of the game. And he's talking about how the world would be better off without snakes and all of that. I was going to say something there and I forgot now. Fuck, what was I going to say? I can't remember.
Snake, you should keep practicing the basic controls until you've got them down pat. Wait until you're in the thick of things and it could be too late.
Volume is a little low. Oh yeah, I'll turn the volume back up a little bit. It's just the HD collection is incredibly loud for some reason. Yeah, sorry guys, I'll turn the volume up. Just scrolling up to the chat here, seeing what I missed. Black Obsidian, corporatization of every industry and art. Yeah, I think that's a lot of what this game was getting at. The militarization of entertainment. And I really like a lot of the world building in this game. And just, yeah, the setting, some of that social commentary and the autobiographical stuff related to Kojima is really interesting, I think. There's a lot that I really dislike about this game as well, but it's also just kind of fascinating to me at the same time. Like I've said many, many times on stream, sometimes I wonder if I should really say that I love this game. Because I feel like there's a part of me that really does love this game in a weird way. I don't think I feel like, you know, when I rediscovered the series, you know, I grew up playing the games since I was a kid, since I was like 7 years old. but you know, just playing the games relatively casually growing up, and but it wasn't until I rediscovered the games in my early 20s until that was when I became really obsessed with the series, and I think a lot of that was down to MGS4, kind of just reading into MGS4 and learning more about its crazy development and finding out how personal these games were to Kojima and everything he wanted to achieve outside of the series, passing it down to his team and all of that. That's what really, I think, pulled me into the games even more. So I feel like I should really credit MGS4 in a lot of ways for my love of the series. Because even though there are many things I dislike about the game, there's a lot about it that just really fascinated me, and still does. It's a really interesting mess of a game. It's really just when you get to the back end of the game, that's where it's, you know, once you get to the end of Act 3 and when you get to all the big soap opera stuff in 4 just doesn't really do it for me. The character drama. You know, obviously the Meryl Johnny shit, and Naomi is a real pain. The Naomi Otacon stuff in Act 4. A lot of the stuff in Act 4, although I do still enjoy a lot of the stuff in Shadow Moses and the smaller moments between Otacon and Snake. I'm just scrolling up in the chat here again, just seeing what I missed. Yeah, I really like some of those bromance moments in Act 4, you know? And they're just those quiet moments. Hold on, give me a second, guys, while I just boost this volume a bit. Hopefully it'll be a bit better now. Again, the volume range gets pretty crazy in MGS4 too. Some scenes will be really quiet naturally. Some scenes will be really fucking loud. So, but yeah, hopefully the average is a bit better now. Oh yeah, Dr. Bob, like I really like a lot of the soap opera type stuff in this series, but just in MGS4, the melodrama just gets out of control at times for me. It just gets a little bit too much. And yeah, I don't know. The game just gets really messy when you get to the back half of it. I still really like a lot about the ending of the game, though. Like the final scenes of the game.
Fire the RPGs!
We're being followed!
Chopper! We're surrounded! Damn it, they've got us surrounded! We're being followed! Use the RPGs! Everyone, keep cool! Get a hold of it now!
So, you can get a few variations of the next cutscene depending on where we trigger it. If we go over there, we'll trigger the scene over there. If we go up there, we'll trigger the scene up there. It'll change depending on what we have equipped as well. Hello there, you doing okay? Don't look so good. Praying mantis, a sense of duty when the risks run high.
Stay on the offensive! We need backup! Hit him hard! What?
Head north and try not to run into any mecha along the way.
Okay. Let's fool around here a little bit. Mav, what are you saying here? I get it, but I imagine that some of the drama in MGS1, for instance, would look just as cringe here. Like the whole love blooming on the battlefield or Grey Fox's speech while getting crushed by Rex. Oh, I love Grey Fox's speech while he's getting crushed by Rex. No, I think MGS4 just has a different type of melodrama. Different kind of character drama. And just the way scenes are shot and edited and the way music is used. It just has a different kind of tone to it that I just don't really vibe with. It kind of feels more... At times I feel like this game feels more generically Hollywood. Like the kind of tone that it has. Like, you know, at the end of Act 3, when Johnny is performing CPR on Meryl. To me, that is unlike anything in the rest of the series as far as tone goes. It has this really kind of generic, corny Hollywood feel to it. With the way the music is used and the way the shots are edited. It just doesn't feel like Metal Gear to me, really. I think maybe I could say the same for like that Volta River sequence as a whole. It just kind of feels like Metal Gear Advent Children or something. You know, I'm okay with melodrama, like you say, when it comes to Grey Fox monologues or, you know, whatever throughout the series. I think MGS4, it's just it hits some different kind of notes. Goes for a whole different kind of tone at times that feels pretty detached from the rest of the other games to me. And yeah, I don't know, I just don't really vibe with a lot of that stuff. Same with like, you know, Naomi's death scene. That's one of the worst scenes, I think, in the series. You know, just as far as what they're trying to convey emotionally and the tone that it has, it's just too much for me. I can't take it. You know, there are scenes throughout the other games that don't work so well for me. Like, I think Kojima can often come up a little bit short in emotional scenes. But I feel like MGS4 just takes it to a whole other level. Where I can kind of handle it in the other games. I can't handle a lot of it in MGS4. It's too much. The Volta scene is so over the top, it's bordering parody. Yeah, like obviously the finger gun antics that Ocelot gets up to. I think a lot of people struggle with that, where he's just fucking dancing while firing off his finger guns. Yeah, it's it's pretty wild. I feel like I've warmed up to it a little bit more over the years compared to how I used to. Like, I feel like I can just kind of laugh along with it a bit more now. Get a pretty unique interaction with the gecko here. Yeah, Dr. Map, I don't know, I feel like even aside from graphics, MGS4 is a bit of its own beast in that regard. Hello there. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Didn't you hear me, Snake? North. Go.
Oh! So this part of the game is pretty unique compared to the rest of the game, right? You don't really have any other part of the game that's this chaotic with multiple geckos and enemies running all over the place and geckos ramming and doing all kinds of weird shit. I feel like there was probably supposed to be more of this in the game overall. But the technology probably pulled them back. Initially, they thought they were going to be able to do way more with this game mechanically, like the whole PMC versus militia thing. Originally, the plan was that there would be like 4 or 5 different sides on the battlefield at the same time, and you'd be able to choose which one to join. But yeah, a lot of those ideas got cut back. They thought the PS3 was going to be some kind of super machine. Pretty slick. Really like the presentation of the credits here. The little thing with the gun. The grime on the camera, the dust. So we were talking about the Kojima cardboard box earlier. One thing I didn't mention though was under the cardboard box you can see a link to Kojima's old blog. His old Hideo blog, which he kept as a sort of diary. And there's lots of interesting commentary on the game in there, which you can still access if you go to the Wayback Machine. But yeah, just some interesting stuff in there. He talks about other stuff as well, not just MGS4. I think the earliest entries of Hideo blog were in like the early stages of MGS4 development, and also when they were working on MGS Subsistence, MGS3 Subsistence. You can hear him. Some of the diary entries focus on his playtesting of the Subsistence release, the Subsistence version, and calling out his own game design ideas for the MSX games. Where in one entry he talks about the card keys in the MSX games and how it was a really bad idea. You know how in the MSX games you have to go through each card individually when you want to open a door? And he was talking about what he wanted to achieve with that system, how he wanted it to be kind of like a slasher movie, you know, when you were running away from the villain and you needed to search quickly for your keys. He wanted it to have that kind of effect, you know, we're like, oh shit, which card is the right card? Which card is the right card? And it can have that effect. It can have that effect at times when you're playing the MSX games, where you're desperately trying to find the right key. But really, it's more annoying than anything else. It was funny to see Kojima also acknowledge that it was kind of a bad idea. But yeah, you can see a lot of his commentary as well on the development of MGS4, revealing like certain autobiographical details, you know, how he compares himself to Snake and whatnot. Of course, Kojima was the same age as old Snake when this game was being made. Snake is 42, but he looks like an old man. Kojima was also 42. And I guess he probably felt like an old man as well. In one interview as well, I think this was in a magazine. I don't think that this was in the diary. He was asked about Old Snake, and he said, you know, we both feel old, but I think we both have great asses for our age. I doubt Kojima's ass looks as good as Snake's. I think the sneaking suits also do a lot to make Snake's ass look good. The sneaking suits put in a lot of work.
Otacon, even the dead have ears.
Snake, we've got to go. You've got an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon, the test results.
Proteome analysis was positive, but the mRNA analysis turned up negative. The wrinkled skin, the hardened arteries. Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome. But none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So,
Well, judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say
a year at best. right?
Yeah. Snake, let's try another doctor.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
Naomi.
Snake.
Colonel. Good to see you.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The Analysis and Assessment Staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work. We found him. In the Middle East.
What?
I'll explain along the way. We've got to stop him. Now. Before it's too late.
Liquid's made his move. We found him.
He's preparing to unleash his insurrection. Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
I always thought it was strange how they show MGS1 Liquid in that flashback as if they're not talking about Liquid Ocelot.
Only 2 eggs today? Solidus must have taken the day off.
Just kind of a weird way to introduce Liquid Ocelot, I think.
993093096524652.
Ba-da-dum. And then we skip the briefing. That's when the briefing should play. Kalao, ya dio man, kalao.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
What's the situation?
I'm just inside the city limits. This place is crawling with lizards.
AT Corps' unmanned bipedal weapons. Officially designated Irving by the US military. They've spread like wildfire among the PMCs. There are more of those things now in service than tanks. They've got tough armor plating and are highly agile to boot. Your best bet is to stay out of their sights.
Unmanned. Pretty soon they'll have put living, breathing soldiers out of work.
Even so, that's an awful lot of gecko for this scenario. Their numbers exceed the war price for that region. It must have something to do with Liquid's arrival on the scene.
You really think he's here?
You'll have to find the Army's operatives and ask them yourself. Oh, and Snake, I went ahead and used the Mark II to scout out the area before your arrival. You'll find it up ahead.
Mark II?
It's a remote mobile terminal. Sonny and I built it. The Mark II will provide you with a map of the area as well as any battle situation data. You should find it before you do anything else.
Okay, got it.
The rendezvous point is marked on your map. I'll be waiting for you there.
Okay, so before we do anything else, we're actually just gonna save. And go back out to the main menu. Because if you want to watch the Act 1 briefing, you have to select it manually from the main menu. All the other briefings play naturally in the game. This is the only one you have to play from the main menu. And I think it's probably because they didn't want to bombard you too heavily with scenes at the very beginning of the game. So they made this one optional. Let's do it. The first line here is interesting at the start. The Manhattan incident triggered a serious public backlash. What are you really talking about, Colonel? Is there a double meaning? Now we get this again.
Only 2 eggs today?
They showed this part of the briefing.
Holidays must have taken the day off. 7, 8, 9, 2, 5, 9, 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 3, 0, 5, 3, 0, 5, 4, 8, 8, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 5, 2.
The Manhattan incident triggered a serious public backlash. Now the U.S. has to think twice before intervening militarily in other countries' affairs. This has fueled a push towards military privatization, with PMCs at the heart of that movement.
PMCs. Private military companies.
That's right. PMCs have no basis in nations or ideologies. They are private enterprises, driven by profit. In addition to dispatching mercenaries to war zones, they secure weapons and train local soldiers. They're contractors for war itself, and business is good. Their clientele includes developed nations like the U.S., rebel factions looking to seize power by force, smaller countries lacking armies of their own, even terrorist groups. They're in the Americas, Asia, the South Pacific, Europe, Africa, the Middle East. The rise of the PMC has spawned a war by proxy, and it's spreading across the globe.
They're
Sonny, we'll eat them later, okay?
Every age has its mercenary. These PMCs are nothing new. We've been dealing with them since before the turn of the century.
No, Snake. They're nothing like the mercenaries of the past.
They're ready.
Sorry, I'm a little busy right now.
The Pentagon's new battlefield control system has produced a decisive difference between hired guns and the PMCs of today. The system was developed by Arms Tech Security.
Arms Tech? You mean AT Corp?
Yeah.
Campbell
In
isn't
recent
even
years,
acknowledging her.
AT Corp has shifted focus from weapons development to security tools. And since the establishment of AT Security, business has been booming. The system makes it possible to integrate not only micro-level information on individual soldiers and units, but also macro-level information about field conditions and order of battle.
So they finally achieved total real-time battlefield control.
And back to work.
That's right. And as a result, the global
Poor
presence
Sonny,
of PMCs
man.
has grown explosively. Truth is,
Nobody gives a
the
shit.
rise of system-controlled PMCs has led to a dramatic decline in civilian casualties and human rights violations on the battlefield.
Otacon prefers being a parent to his little robot, I think.
Makes for nice propaganda.
again, weren't you? This is a non-smoking flight.
There's more. State governments and rebel groups can't match the maintenance price of standing forces. PMCs, by comparison, are reliable, easy to use. It wasn't long before everybody had them on the payroll. And, as a result, regular armies began to decline worldwide. It's hard to believe, I know, but PMCs are beginning to overtake conventional armies in terms of scale. Nowadays, it's the PMCs who serve as standard battalions. They already make up 60% of all combatant forces in zones of conflict.
60%?
The fact is, the world now depends largely on PMCs for waging its wars.
I thought it was the UN that authorized the PMCs in the first place.
The US abstained from voting on that resolution. In effect, Washington was endorsing PMCs without ever revealing its true intentions. Until they got wind of the uprising, that is.
The US has exported too much military power. And now, she's paying the price.
That's exactly it. America has now turned war into a form of economic activity. Analysts are calling it the war economy, in that it's picking up the slack for the downward-sloping oil market. But I, for one, don't intend to simply stand by and watch it happen. For the PMCs, market expansion entails fanning the flames of war. It means more refugees.
War orphans. Child soldiers.
Yes. Even as PMC soldiers get more specialized, they're also getting younger.
Mercenaries spun off from state armies. Unmanned weapons. Child soldiers. Proxy battles in a new Cold War.
There are hundreds of PMCs in business worldwide, and their numbers are growing. Currently, 5 of them are big enough to be labeled global powers. 2 in the US, and 1 each in the UK, France, and Russia. Reconnaissance has revealed that those 5 PMCs are run by a dummy corporation that acts as a single mother company. This mother company embodies the 5 largest PMCs. Her name is Outer Heaven.
Outer Heaven? You mean?
That's right. It's Liquid.
Liquid?
He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
I watched him die.
His will lives on, in the body of the man once known as Ocelot. He aims to fan the flames of war even higher, to create the perfect world once envisioned by Big Boss.
The one world in which soldiers will always have a place.
He must be stopped, before it's too late. Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection. Even if it means
Killing him. You want Liquid dead. Isn't that right, Colonel?
I'm sorry. I know. This isn't justice. It's a covert assignment. A hired hit. A wet works op targeting the head of a major multinational corporation.
Why me?
Because of the military might of the PMCs and the effect they have on the economy. War is to the 21st century what oil was to the 20th, the pillar that supports the global economy. You'll recall a rather alarming report issued by that American think tank during the Cold War. One that described a new model for perpetual war. What we're facing now is a whole new ballgame.
Iron Mountain's Delphi technique.
That was fiction. It existed only on paper. The reality is far more serious. The global community is concerned, but they're all too afraid of the war economy collapsing to do anything about it. So you listen too.
Sounds pretty self-serving to me.
Snake. This mission isn't an order from Washington. Not like the old days. And it's not something the UN can officially sanction either. But we can't just look the other way while Liquid plots this insurrection. If we fail to act, he'll become the greatest threat the world has ever faced. Snake. You're the only man I can trust.
Fine. Let's hear it.
Our intelligence on Liquid's uprising originally comes via reports from U.S. Special Forces, who were mobilized after we at the UN reported our findings. They're tracking Liquid's movements. About 18 hours ago, he was spotted in the Middle East.
There's a rebel army in the Middle East, made up of ethnic minorities, waging civil war against the regime in power.
The core of that regime's army is provided by one of the PMCs under Liquid's control.
What about the rebels?
The local militias have hired small numbers of operators as trainers and field commanders. And of course, they've got help from the local PMCs.
Right. A proxy war between hired guns.
PMC versus PMC. A quagmire of war. All too typical victims of the new world economy. Snake, you'll be sneaking into the conflict zone via transport truck, disguised as one of the rebel army's hired operators. Your first objective is to make contact with our informants, Rat Patrol Team 01. They'll be expecting you.
Rat Patrol, huh? It sounds sneaky.
They're a special forces team assigned to the Army's PMC Investigation Unit, CID.
CID. Real rats of the Army.
No. I can vouch for them personally.
Friends of yours?
You could say that. Transportation to the area will be provided under cover of a UN humanitarian aid mission, with support from the U.S. military. From there on, though, you'll get no protection, and no guarantees from anyone. And you must not leave behind any evidence of your involvement in the area, let alone that of the UN. If word of this ever leaks
Oh,
out,
poor Sonny getting ushered back
global
upstairs straight away.
firestorm.
I really feel much worse for Sunny when I actually follow her around with the Mark II, you know, when you're seeing what she's doing away from the camera. You know, when scenes are, you know, when scenes aren't highlighting her. Just seeing her stare over at the Olga picture, thinking to herself. No one paying attention to her.
Snake. Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
I'm not like the PMCs. I don't need your money.
Thank you.
But if you're going to spark something, spark this. Fine. I'll start my own fire.
The music. All right. Let's get into Act 1 proper. I really do like fooling around with the Mark II. Spanking the chickens. Fucking with the remote and the radio. Spying on Sonny. Feeling bad for Sonny. Well, I didn't mean to save there, but I guess we're okay. Spanking the chickens. What do we have here? Octo Camo. An advanced camouflage suit inspired by the mimicry ability of the octopus. If the wearer lies still or doesn't move when pressed up against a wall, the suit can imitate the color and texture of wall and ground surfaces, fooling both the naked eye and infrared sensors. I really like the Octo Camo. One complaint that was leveled against MGS3 when it came out, there was, that there was too much menuing. And this was a pretty great way to get rid of that menuing, I think. Just lean up against the surface and you got your camo. I think I prefer how camo is balanced overall in this game as well compared to 3. I feel like you can't abuse it in the same way, although I guess there are still some cheesy strats in 4 with the barrel rolling. It's harder to get up behind enemies and CQC them, though, in this as well. You can't just run up behind them like you can in 3. That's how we get our camo. Let's call Otacon.
Snake, your first order of business is to rendezvous with the Mark II. Just follow my instructions and use your Octo Camo to make sure the enemy doesn't see you along the way. Octo Camo is a newly developed camouflage technology that's capable of almost exactly mimicking the appearance of objects and surfaces. It's easy to use, too. All you have to do is press up against a wall or object, or lie flat on the ground while wearing the suit. It can be a powerful tool if you use it right. So tell me, how does it feel?
Not as itchy as I'd have thought.
That suit can mimic the
How does
color,
it taste?
pattern, and even the surface texture of walls and floors. Kinda like procuring your own camo on site, right?
I do just fine with the regular stuff. I'm not a chameleon.
You've got it all wrong. We're not talking about lizards. This is Octo Camo. In other words, it's based on the camouflage capabilities of the octopus. Octopus are sometimes called ninja of the sea. They fool their enemies by mimicking not just the color of their surroundings, but also the shape of the terrain. That suit takes its cue from defensive deception found in nature. Besides, you may not have known this, but there is a snake that can change its body color too. It's called the Capuus mud snake.
Tell me all about
It's
it,
a
Otacon.
poisonous reptile indigenous to the Capuus River on the island of Borneo. Its coloring is normally a reddish-brown, but sometimes turns to white. So, snakes can sport disguises too.
Hey, what happened to stealth camo? You used to wear it all the time.
All that does is create an optical illusion. It's no use against Gecko with their infrared sensors. Octocamo, on the other hand, has micro-Peltier arrays that regulate the absorption and release of heat, harmonizing the wearer's body heat with any background IR radiation. which means it can offer you at least some camouflage protection against enemy infrared sensors. With so many unmanned weapons in the field these days, I'd expect it to outperform the old stealth camo. But if you start walking or running, or making a lot of noise,
Impressive.
you'll risk getting spotted by the enemy. And get this, the suit also reduces the weight load on your body and amplifies muscle power. The inside lining sends a weak electric current through your body that stimulates phospholipid production inside your cells, improving circulation. That should make your life gauge recover more rapidly when you're hurt. In other words, Snake, it's a bit of a crutch.
You can cut the senior citizen crap, Otacon.
So there we have our introduction to this amazing Octo Camo. What do we have over here? We got our first ration, I think. Oh, well, I already have full rations. When did I get all these rations? Is this just because I'm on NG+? A portable military ration. Contains all the calories and nutrients a soldier needs in a day. A variety of menu choices are available, so as to break up the monotony of repetition. There's that theme again, that grind, the routine. Take a look at his cigarettes. Hand-rolled tobacco, Snake's favorite. Contains 16 milligrams of tar. Its relaxing effect restores psych, but also reduces life. Smoking too much is hazardous to your health. The Boss, standard. Filter cigarettes. You'll notice that Snake's cigarettes are bent in this. That's a callback to Police Knots and the kind of cigarettes that you have in Police Knots. The bent cigarettes, which I think are called Muslims in Police Knots. We have the iPod. No description for the iPod, huh? It's crazy how detailed these models are. If you look at them up close here in the viewer. 30 gigs. My stress is going up.
Snake, where are you now?
Trash can.
A trash can?
Looks like this is where they dump their household trash.
Huh. How can you tell?
'Cause it stinks in here. Bad. Leftovers from last night's dinner, probably.
Ugh, leftovers.
And there's some bugs crawling around on my face.
Ugh.
It feels like roaches. There's a whole bunch of them scurrying around.
Make sure you get the smell of them off you before coming back here.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Ugh, seriously, doesn't it make you sick?
I'd crawl into a toilet if it kept me out of sight. Something crawling up my leg.
Ugh, I can't even imagine. Ugh. You know, you might want to get out of there as soon as the coast is clear.
Yeah, not the best place for a nap.
No kidding.
Otacon is definitely not fit for the battlefield. Ooh, leftovers. Ooh. Ivan. You can also use the 6-axis to look up like this. To peek out. Fancy new PS3 6-axis technology. Can I get rid of my camo while I'm here if I shake the controller? Oh, I can. That's cool to see it from this angle. Yeah, you can also shake the 6-axis to restore your Octo Camo to default, to its default state. Pretty impressive, the detail on the Octo camo, even from here. Just looking at his hand. Damn. Now we're pretty fucking stressed. Oh, the stress is like staying with me. Oh. Oh, it's because I spent too long in the fucking... in the thing. Yeah, now the flies are following me around, so I'm constantly in this state of stress. If I roll there, did that get rid of them? I was wondering if a roll would work. Hold on. Let me just try this again. Let's just chill here for like a minute. I really like how some of these stress and psych mechanics work. Yeah, so again... it's continuing to go up. Yeah, and you can see the flies buzzing all around me. Yeah, it must have been the roll that got rid of it. Can we smoke cigarettes to also get rid of them? The stress is going down rapidly. Well, cigarettes are good for stress anyway. Oh no, but now that I've stopped, the stress is going back up again because the flies are still here. The cigarettes didn't get rid of the flies permanently. Roll again. Okay, yeah, seems like rolling is the way to go. I don't see food as being useless in MGS3, Legion. I'm not really a fan of the cure system in MGS3. But I like the food system. And I think the stress system and psych system is cool in this. I think they probably make it a bit too easy to heal your stress and psych. But I still really like it. I feel like it adds to the immersion of playing as this old man. I like resting in the shade when I'm in a hot area to bring it back down. I kind of think injuries are useless in MGS3 just because there's no real... You never really have to put thought into... Oh, well, no, I don't... let me take that back. There are things that I really like about the injury system in MGS3 and the cure system, but I think a lot of it goes wasted. And I think a lot of the time it just serves to interrupt the game rather than add to the game. It's not so bad when you know the game well, but like oftentimes it just feels like more of an interruption rather than something that's interesting to engage with, you know, when you're going into the menu and healing. Like you always have loads of supplies and it's just a routine of going over and selecting the items that you need to select. I really do like how they play around with the max HP and being able to let wounds heal by themselves to increase max HP. That's a really cool detail. I like what they do with the leeches. I think those are generally the more interesting injuries in the game. The injuries that aren't immediately obvious, that can catch you off guard. Shit like that is cool. Like what they do with the leeches. I like how the Ends fight plays around with the stamina system and the cure system as well, how he can't lethally damage you. I feel like the Ends fight takes advantage of those systems well. The cure system and the food system. We got a compress. A compress applied to the lower back. Contains nanocolloids that relieve lower back pain caused by crouching for long periods of time. Manufactured by JEA. The relief it brings has the added effect of temporarily restoring psych. You'll also make less mistakes when rolling due to decreased psych. Yeah, sometimes when you roll in this, Snake will get back pains. And there's more of a chance of getting back pains if your psych is low. And we have the Arsenal Gear logo on this. I wish I could read all the text on the back.
Avoid unnecessary combat whenever possible. In this war, neither side.
See how my
is your
camo
enemy.
index is
There's
blue
no
there?
point whatsoever in you getting into a fight. Got it?
And it's blue again. That's another obscure little mechanic in this game. It's called Battlefield Camo. Your camo index will go blue like that if the enemy is distracted by something else. If you're in like a war zone and there are two sides fighting against each other, that's when you'll often see that blue camo. And when the camo is blue like that, you can get away with more. Like, they won't be aware of your footsteps and things like that. You'll be able to run up to them in certain situations and take advantage of it.
Someone there? What's going on? Hey.
These first couple of areas can be really tricky. Yeah, and I think it always adds like 10% to your general camo index. Come get your ice creams.
Don't scare me like that.
Love these Battlefield ads, the little jingle. Like it's this innocent thing. Step right up. Get your new ammo. Wait for this guy. Love the stun knife. The sound it makes is satisfying.
Hey, Snake. You know those flies you had for company earlier? I think they might have been attracted to your stench, but now they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, the smell's gone too.
Any idea why?
Yeah.
All that rolling, maybe. I
Uh,
rolled around on the ground a few times. I think the bugs were gone after that.
I see. Your rolling around must have scraped off whatever was causing the bad odor. The smell went away and the flies with it. If you ever find yourself stinking again, stop, drop, and roll. That'll get rid of the smell in no time.
Easy enough. Stop, drop, and roll.
I completely forgot about that. I should have called him when I had the flies around me in the first place, because then maybe he would have told me to do that. I forgot about these calls. Usually I don't stay in the bin long enough.
Snake, you know how that first gun you found stopped working? Well, from what I can tell, it looks like the problem was with the ammo.
The ammo?
I'm betting it's because they were using cheap local ammunition. The ammo probably triggered abnormal combustion, which excessively raised the pressure and caused the cartridges to stick in the chamber. It's a pretty rare phenomena. I guess you just got lucky.
More like unlucky.
Look on the bright side. It means there weren't any problems with the gun itself. I don't think it'll happen again.
Desert Octopus, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I'm way behind on thanking people here. Let me just take a look here. Smoke Chi, thank you for gifting a sub to Automaton Tom earlier. Aqua Berry, Deep S6, Arcor, Sylphus. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for all the subs.
Otacon, those two-legged machines. They're not like the Metal Gears I'm used to dealing with.
Right. Strictly speaking, though, they're not Metal Gears.
What are you talking about?
The gears you fought before were all basically designed and produced to serve as nuclear platforms. Ray was an exception to the rule, but even that was an anti-Metal Gear weapon designed to defeat the Metal Gear clones popping up all over the world. Its value was still measured in terms of the framework of nuclear strategy. It's been 25 years since the end of the Cold War. We live in a world of regional conflict and asymmetric warfare, and it's getting worse every year. The age of the war economy is upon us. The value of Metal Gear as a weapon, the very concept itself, has changed with the times. You might even say it's evolved. Nowadays, a Metal Gear needs to be more than a nuclear attack platform. It needs to be adaptable, well suited to fight in large numbers, traverse urban settings, and work alongside infantry. The Gecko were the answer. There are different types of Gecko designed for different missions, and not all of them are equipped with nuclear capabilities, so technically, they're not Metal Gears. Of course, there are still some of the old Metal Gears around. Their primary job is to launch nuclear strikes. But these days, Gecko are the first name in bipedal war machines. They may have gotten smaller, but they're as ferocious as ever. Whatever you do, don't underestimate them.
Don't worry. I wasn't planning on it.
Snake, that circle that appears around your body is called a threat ring. It's a visual display of the sense you get from entities all around you. When you're crouching or lying down and concentrating, it forms a perfect circle. Your sense is represented as waves. The stronger the sense, the greater the wave. Hostile entities are displayed as colors. Get acquainted. It'll save your life. Oh, and one more thing. Your senses will suffer when your psyche gets low. The ring will reflect that, too. Keep it in mind, okay?
I actually forgot how the ring changes when your sight gets low as well. I forget what changes about it.
Snake, the PMC soldiers are using ID guns.
ID guns?
See how the word locked appears in the weapon list?
Yeah.
ID guns are equipped with locks. As long as the lock is engaged, you can't pull the trigger.
Any suggestions?
The locks are only disengaged when they recognize the nanomachine ID inside a soldier's body. Anyone not possessing nanomachines keyed to the system, or anyone who's keyed but not authorized to use that weapon, won't be able to pass the ID gun's verification process.
So I can't use PMC guns?
I'm afraid not. You're not registered with the system. And it's not just weapons either. Vehicles, buildings, everything used for military purposes is secured with this ID control system. Without the proper IDs, it's impossible for PMCs or state armies to fight. Think of it as a soldier's dog tag, only at the nano level.
So, I shouldn't even bother picking up ID guns.
For now, at least. But they might come in handy later on.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out. camo. Let's see if I fuck this up. Oh. Okay, now we're just going to stroll through the battlefield. Hello there. See, Snake's an old man. He has to take it easy. Hello there.
It's me, Snake. Snake, it's me.
Otacon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snake. Allow me to introduce Metal Gear Mark II.
Metal Gear.
That's right. Just like Rex. But this gear's not a weapon. It's a remote mobile terminal designed to provide you with operational support.
Where are you?
I'm in the Nomad. Where else? I'll be watching you through the Mark II.
Wish I was good with gadgets.
Hey, I'll be with you in spirit. Anyway, because you had to dress up as a militiaman, I had the Mark II bring you some goodies. Starting with this. Put it on your left eye.
Looks like an eye patch.
I call it the Solid Eye. It's an all-purpose goggle that displays radar images and other data in 3D. You can also switch it over to light-amplifying night vision.
The rebels are out there.
It looks like they've got the government's PMC troops beat, at least in numbers.
And this is their home turf.
Snake, I know this is a sneaking mission, but you'll need to protect yourself.
An operator.
I installed a suppressor. And here's a tranquilizer gun.
How thoughtful.
It predates the implementation of the system. By some miracle, it was never recycled. It's getting tough these days finding decent guns that aren't controlled.
You coming?
Of course. I'll follow you wherever you go. Like this. I'll activate stealth so it doesn't attract any attention. If you need it, just bring up the start button menu.
Got it.
Snake, the informants who said they saw liquid here should be a little further up. Head for the rendezvous point. I've placed a mark on the radar in the upper right corner of the Solid Eye. It's a war zone out there. Stay on your toes.
All right, so we get some goodies from Otacon. The Mark II pistol, the operator, the Solid Eye. The Solid Eye is pretty slick with its 3 different modes. An all-purpose goggle that combines the functions of several optical devices and supplies the wearer with a variety of tactical data. The organization to which a soldier or attack vehicle belongs is displayed in colored text. Blue text represents an ally. A color closer to red represents a hostile target. Yeah, and that'll become pretty useful in this next area. This next area is when we get to our first big sort of battlefield section where you have militia versus PMC, and you can take the side of the militia and fight back against the PMC. Um, this is our first version of that sequence, that kind of sequence. Metal Gear Mark II.
Snake, it's kind of a schlep, but I've sent
You're
you
a
data on an
schlep,
alternate
Otacon.
route. Follow the mark on your radar.
You okay?
So we'll start by taking out these 3 PMCs. And we'll see if we can help out the militia here and take out all the PMCs. Stop here. You can see the Ravens take out this building. Pretty easy to miss this on a first playthrough. Or however many playthroughs. That big gust of dust that comes out after it falls down. Nice little touch. Yeah, it's those Ravens that blow that building down. And that's actually the building we pass through later on in the game. You know, the completely destroyed building that you pass through after you meet Drebin? That's what that building is. That's the rubble you pass through later on. We can even get a codec call here about the building.
Snake, you've got to rendezvous with our informants. Listen, the fighting around you is getting more intense. Use radar and the Mark II to make your job easier. I created the Mark II to provide you with mission support. It's outfitted with a full suite of support functions. It can transport weapons and items, assess your condition, conduct recon, provide map data, and analyze the state of battle. You can also use its menu screen to adjust camouflage settings and change equipment. To access the menu screen, press the Start button. I've set the Mark II to shadow you at all times. It'll be there for you to call upon whenever and wherever you need it.
Tell me something, Otacon. What possessed you to name it Metal Gear Mark II?
I named it that so I'd never forget that I was the one who designed Rex. But the Mark II's no weapon of mass destruction. It's a remote mobile terminal designed solely to support you. I want to show the world that technology can work wonders when it's used the right way. I'll bet that 50 years from now, robot buddies like the Mark II will be a vital part of our society. Even now, 30% of all snipers use robot spotters. I don't think it's quite what Asimov imagined, but we may already be living in the caves of steel.
Even now, snipers are using them? I don't know if that's the best example to give, Otacon, if you don't want them to be used as weapons of war. What else do you have to say, Otacon?
Let me give you a brief rundown on controlling the Mark II. Use the left stick to move it around. Use the right stick to adjust the camera angle. To execute an electric shock attack with the manipulator, hold down the aim button and press the attack button. See a switch? Turn it on and off with the manipulator. Wall in front of you? Knock on it to make some noise. To turn stealth camo on and off, press the stealth button. Press in the R3 button to switch between first-person and overhead views. All the controls I've explained to you are available for review in briefing. Check it out if you forget how to do something.
I suppose going down from Nuke Death Robot to just a spotter is something? I guess so. I guess so.
Snake, the weapons you pick up will be temporarily stored in your backpack. To use one, you need to be carrying it on your person. First, press the Start button to open up the Mark II's menu screen and choose Weapons. Then move the cursor to the weapon you want to use and press the OK button to select it.
Jesus.
The same goes for your other
I'm not a
equipment,
baby.
too, except you choose Items from the menu screen. There's a limit to how much gear you can carry. Keep that in mind when considering what to take and what to leave behind. If you ever forget how to use the controls, or just need a refresher, review them by going to briefing on the Mark II menu screen.
Yeah, so he's a lot of tutorial calls now for all the things that he just gave us. Lots of stuff related to the Mark II.
Those guys really know how to put on a show. I'm sure it was old and decrepit already, but I've never seen a building go down like that.
There it is. Yeah, he comments on the building. Later on, when we get into the next area as well, we'll see some guys talk about those little ravens, the militia guys. They'll be theorizing about where these ravens are coming from. So the explosions and the gunfire make it seem like there's more going on here than there actually is. Right now, I think there's only 2 guards active in the area. We had the 3 guys that I just took down. But aside from those 3 guys, I think there are only 2 others. And then once we take out the next 2, another few will spawn. But you tend to only get you tend to only get them in bursts, like small groups. We have 2 more guys over here. Whoop! The explosions are just for show, really. See if we can use the Mark II on this guy.
The Mark II is more than just a communications terminal. It's got a lot of other functions as well. Try taking it for a spin. See for yourself what it can do.
Nice. Now comes the armored vehicle. You see Snake uses a PS3 controller to control the Mark II as well, which is also really detailed. This guy's freaking out. Yeah, he passed out, foaming at the mouth. He didn't get shot there. It was his emotions went crazy and he passed out. That can happen, and when that happens, they start foaming at the mouth, like you see at the end of Act 1, you know, when Liquid triggers them, and he makes them all go berserk. Oh, really?
You can't spare any reinforcements. You'll have to make do.
Let's send our Mark II through here again. Whoa, I can't see a thing! Here we go, here we go. Haha. We're getting that battlefield camo again. Did I already pick up the RPG? If you're on New Game, you can find an RPG here. We're on NG+, so we don't really even need to look for RPGs, but if you're on New Game, you need an RPG to take out these armored vehicles, and you can only find a couple of them in the area, so you need to spend them wisely. Back there is where you would find one of them, which would then allow you to deal with this thing. I think we can lean up against it and get its octo camo as well if we want. Get the tire camo. Pretty cool. This thing's all alone now, nothing to protect it. I don't think it needed that second one. Yeah, and now that we've taken that out, more guys will spawn. Oh! Nice ragdoll.
Grenade!
Get out of my way, man. I'm trying to help you.
Good work, soldier.
Thank you. Oh, I tranked him by mistake. Ooh, I don't remember this guy being here. Get him. Get him. I think this is the only thing like this in the game, this plank here. Over here is where you can find another RPG. If you're on new game. And you want to destroy all these armored vehicles. We did it! That's it. Pretty fun area. Shame we got that one alert. Now they love me. So earlier when we were reading the description of the Solid Eye, it spoke about the colors briefly and what they mean. The yellow square next to this guy, that indicates this guy's innate emotion.
Oh, it was you.
Every NPC will have their own innate emotion. And if we look at our trank darts, we can see that yellow is laughing. So this guy is a laugher. This guy next to me is a screamer. See, he's green. And you can see that they kind of have a grid. Some of those squares are lit up, some of them aren't so lit up. And we can increase those squares by triggering them here. Like this. See? He's getting yellower.
Damn it!
And then when we max him out completely,
Hey!
you see he's almost completely yellow. Now he should be fully maxed out. Now he's gonna go crazy. You gotta watch out for the screamers, though, because they will shoot at you.
Damn it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he's going for one of his own men here. Oh, what the fuck? Usually he'll shoot at his own guy. Yeah, and then after a while they'll just pass out. And they start frothing again. Is he gonna wake his boy up? This guy's lucky he didn't get shot at.
What's going on?
He doesn't remember. Did he even pick up his gun? I think sometimes they'll drop their guns as well when you do this. What's he gonna do now? Without a weapon, is he gonna punch me? Yeah, look! The stance! Oh shit! Oh, he was about to fucking deck him there, but then he started laughing. Oh, weird. I think this guy is kind of broken. Usually he'll shoot.
Get up.
Let's try it one more time. Yeah, the screamers will usually attack their friends, which is quite unique. The other ones won't attack their friends. Oh, I took the gun, did I? By mistake. Fuck. Yeah. Punch him this time. No, he's just not doing it. I think he's the only screamer here as well. This guy is orange. He's a rager. You'd think the Ragers would also start shooting at their friends, but no, they don't. It's the laughers that are really crazy. Down he goes. Yeah, now that you've won the battle with your new friends here, you can also give them gifts. If you want, you can give them some rations.
What happened?
Here.
Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks.
And sometimes you'll be able to trade items. They'll give you stuff back. You can get some unique stuff from them as well, like music items. Stuff for the iPod.
Damn it.
Here, you want another one?
Here.
Don't have to...
What?
What's gotten into you? Hey.
Such a great little Easter egg, this. And you can also unequip your ration at the last second, right before they take it. Want some noodles?
Here.
Don't have to...
What?
What's gotten into you? Come on, rise and shine.
Here.
Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks.
We'll give it to him this time.
Here.
Want
Don't
more?
have to twist my arm. Thanks. Here, take it.
Hey, finally we got something. Ooh! More RPG ammo? Alright, I'll take it. Another thing. See how it says militia blue? That means we're cool with the militia. You know, we're on really good terms with them. That's what blue means. If it's yellow, the standard MGS4 yellow, that'll mean we're neutral. And red will mean that they're hostile. And what's cool about this is that this actually changes how the next area works. The next area that we go to is full of militia guys. And their friendliness will be determined by what you do in this area. So because we help them out here, when we go to the next area, we'll just be able to run straight through. We won't need to stealth past anyone. If you don't help out the militia at all in this area, you'll have to stealth through the next area. So you really do get rewarded here for helping them out. That's this guy again. Let's try one more time with this guy.
Damn it!
Maybe I'll try and punch him. No, he is not capable of punching anyone, I don't think. I can get on their bad side here if I do. You know, if I punch them too many times or whatever, I'll get on their bad side. I can't just do what I like here.
Something wrong?
Where'd he go?
Okay. Damn it.
If we do it 3 times. You do it too many times and his dick breaks off. I think we can still see the dick on the ground here as well. Yeah, there it is. And now we'll just take a little trip up here. Damn, they have the whole place guarded now. I think there's a playboy in here. Yeah. The babes of the world's top PMCs. Games and beyond. Hideo Kojima interviewed. Nano Boost or Nano Bust? The truth behind Nanodrome. That ties into that ad that we were watching at the start. One of the ads that plays at the start of the game. The best first-person shooters of the year. Can you believe we used to pay for these things? And now they're distributed for free by the PMCs. Seventh Circle, sadistic joke becomes primetime sensation. Seventh Circle is also one of those game shows that you can watch at the start. The one with Richard Doyle. The magazines really get a big buff in this game as well because you can actually read through them. They do wonders for Snake's stress. Shoots right down.
Nice.
You're reading it upside down, man. Oh my god. God, the shivers. They do it in every fucking game. Do it again. Oh, is he only going to do it the one time? Okay, I'll leave him be. I want to see it again.
Oh, it's you again.
Even if you only get to see it once.
It's my lucky day.
Oh, that animation, it always creeps me out. Nasty. Yeah, they do it on loop in MGS 2 and 3. Another ration. Alright, let's move on to the next area. Actually, let me just call Otacon first.
Don't forget, Snake. This is a battlefield. Conditions are changing all the time. Sometimes those conditions make it easier for you to lay low. Sometimes they make it harder. Always be on the lookout for the tides to turn. If you see an opening, grab it. For example, if the enemy is locked in battle, they won't be watching their backs. You might try sneaking behind them. During manual control, the Mark II maintains a wireless link with you. But the control signal range is deliberately kept short by an attenuator on the transmitter circuit. The distance varies by environment, so I can't give you an exact figure. But even under the best conditions, it can't exceed 50 meters.
50 meters? That's pretty short. Why impose a limit like that? Seems more useful if I could control it from further away.
Of course, I need plenty of signal when I control it, but in your case, you have to be conscious of the danger from DF. You can't risk using a high-power electrical signal for too long. It's like holding up a big sign saying, "Hey, I'm over here!" So try and keep the Mark II close to you when you use it. Keep that in mind, and the Mark II should serve you well.
Whatever.
Okay. So now, the militia safe house. Thank you, Raiden.
It's pretty dark in there. Switch the solid eye to night vision mode.
So like I was saying, the friendliness of these guys will be dependent on how we perform in that last area. Because they're blue and completely friendly, we can just walk past them. If you are neutral with the militia, they will just have to stop and examine you first before letting you pass.
What are you doing?
So you can get past them neutrally as well by letting them see you. In a big boss run, does it matter if they like you or not? Well, it'll just affect the area in the same way, you know, and you can decide what you want to do. Oh, but you mean, like, are there requirements for a big boss run to get them to like you? No, no, you don't have to get them to like you for a big boss run. I think serious speedrunners just they just come through here with the militia completely hostile, and they stealth through it with fancy methods.
Okay, take it easy. Just don't try to talk. Hang in there! Who? What are you doing here?
Foreshadowing the B&Bs here.
May be strange, but they demonstrated incredible combat abilities. We've already lost several units to them. I hear one of them even flies. One of them does indeed seem capable of flight, sir. At the same time, it also makes use of several UCAV, increasing its air attack capability. One of my men recovered what flies to now, the accused are working together or acting independently. My guess is that they're building an aerial surveillance network. See, the more intel they have on the area, the more effective their grandmothers are. Exactly. And we can tell by the way they're placing their snipers, they've got an edge. They must be getting full terrain data on the entire area.
So again, these guys talking about the PMCs, the more advanced technology that they have, the B&Bs, these weird ravens that they've encountered. These poor militia guys are up against it. If we call Otacon now, he should talk about the conversation that they just had as well. Get a little follow-up.
Otacon.
Yeah, I heard it too.
A special forces unit with advanced gear. Who are they?
Some kind of mercenary hired by the PMCs? Anyway, if you do run into those guys, don't get caught off guard. And Snake, remember that guy said one of them has UCAVs under his control.
Right. One of his men picked up some pieces. That must be what they had in front of them. Looked the same as the one that bombed that building. They may be small, but they bite. Hard.
You better be extra careful they don't see you.
Okay. How's it going, boys?
What's going on? You're with us?
I wonder if this map actually makes sense, if it lines up with any of these areas. That does kind of look like that area up ahead. Get some more grenades. Oh. Here they're talking about the ID locked guns. Drebin. And once again, here we can call Otacon.
Removing the lock on a gun. Otacon, can they really do that?
Sorry, don't know the specifics. Give me some time, I'll see what I can dig up.
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do.
The things that blow up the building, we don't see Raging Raven in that scene though, by bed. We just see the little drones, you know, the little ravens. We just see those unmanned machines blow that building up, the unmanned ravens. Who?
It's you.
Pretty sweet, huh? Oh, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. All shapes, all sizes. But there's no need to worry, because all my shit's been laundered.
Laundered? Who the fuck is this guy?
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. Then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Drebin.
Drebin?
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you?
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Drebin number 893. You ain't a registered PMC employee, are you? You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4. The official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government-issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up site, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older generation?
Sometimes they don't really jibe with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa. Slow down. Oh, yeah. My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army. I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on him, Otacon?
I don't particularly like the guy. But it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Drebin, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Drebin's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Drebin would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Can he be trusted?
Remember, Drebin's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax, it won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside. Boo. There you see? No problem. From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. The fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
I know what you're thinking, but Drebin does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Drebin both mentioned something about a war price earlier. What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly intense and prolonged, the war price goes up. No doubt Drebin's rates are linked to that war price. The longer and bloodier a battle becomes, the higher service prices are gonna get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Drebin from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with him. I'm adding a Drebin menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Drebin. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Drebin for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Drebin has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now go meet up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
All right. So, notice. Head into Drebin's shop for ammo, custom parts, and ID-free weapons. Thank you. So yeah, we meet Drebin for the first time. There's a weird thing with Drebin's frequency, his number. You know how he's Drebin number 893? I'm not exactly sure what this means, but I know it ties into something related to the Yakuza in Japan. If you Google it, you'll probably find some information. If you just Google 893 Yakuza explained or something like that, you'll probably get some information on it. But it's apparently a reference to a card game. And in the card game, I think you can like draw numbers or something. And apparently each number represents each syllable of the Yakuza. Like 8 represents Ya, 9 represents Ku, and 3 represents Za. How this all ties into Drebin's character, like what it's supposed to mean exactly, I'm not sure. But I think Drebin is also supposed to look kind of like a Yakuza. That his flashy suit is also supposed to be a reference to how a Yakuza would dress. With his very stylish suit. I also think his outfit is supposed to symbolize who he is, as well as a sort of businessman on one side and a military man on the other side. You know how he's wearing the military trousers, but the suit on top? I would imagine that's supposed to be symbolic of who he is, you know, this businessman on the battlefield. This military businessman. But yeah, there's also a weird tie into the Yakuza as well, and I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. I just know that it's there. But yeah, if you Google it, you'll probably find some info on it, on the 893 number and how it relates to all that. Of course, his name is also a reference to the film series Naked Gun, Frank Drebin. Drebin, who gives us our naked guns. The 893 combination in the card game is also worthless. Yes, I remember that being a thing.
Snake, hurry and get to the rendezvous point
That rings
with our
a bell.
informants. First, you'll have to get to the other side of that collapsed building. The only way across is straight through.
Dim used to always bring it up.
Snake, we've got to meet up with our informants. The rendezvous point is farther up the street beyond that collapsed building. You'll need to pass through it to get to the other side. Snake, I'm not thrilled with the idea. In fact, I don't like it at all. But business is business. From now on, you'll be using the Mark II to deal with Drebin. Whenever you pick up a weapon that's the same kind as one you already have, any ammo inside will be added to your stock, and the weapon itself will be transferred to Drebin. He'll calculate the weapon's value and deposit the corresponding number of points into your account. Use those points to buy new weapons from him, or to turn ID guns into non-ID guns. I've added a Drebin shop option to the Mark II menu. Check it out.
All right, thank you, Otacon. You can get discounts in Drebin's shop as well if you play on certain days of the week. Another MGS mechanic tied to your in-game clock. As a matter of fact, I think speedrunners who do new game speedruns always set their clock to a certain day so they get the discounts from Drebin, so they can afford the M82 for early boss fights. So speedrunners really need those Drebin discounts. Speedrunners can only play during certain times of the week.
I see you found yourself an operator uniform. As long as you're wearing it, you can do what you need to do, and the militiamen won't suspect a thing. It'll be a useful tool in certain situations. But be careful. Hurt a fellow militiaman while wearing the uniform, and you'll blow your cover. Got it? Snake, we've got to meet up with our informants. The rendezvous point is farther up the street beyond that collapsed building. You'll need to pass through it to get to the other side.
Yeah.
Snake,
Is there a call where he mentions that this is the same building that those guys blew up earlier? Pretty sure there is. Did I miss it because I didn't call him straight away? Maybe I have to call him when I'm inside. Another RPG up here. Sleep gas mines. Get some more stuff here if we blow up this can. Sleep gas satchels. You can get pretty fancy with these satchels against the frogs.
Otacon, you gave the Mark II stealth capability?
Yeah. The Mark II doesn't have to worry about damage from EM waves because it's a machine, and its surface area is small enough that cost isn't a problem. The trade-off being that it can be easily spotted by heat-seeking unmanned weapons. Keep that in mind, okay?
Yeah. Keep that in mind for the end of the game. With those dwarf gecko.
Snake, we've got to meet up with our informants. The rendezvous point is farther...
Yeah.
Careful, Snake. The walls could come down any second.
I'm going to keep just experimenting with the calls here.
The device you're wearing over your left eye is the solid eye.
3D glasses, huh? I remember having a toy pair called Tobit Acid back when I was a kid.
Tobit Acid? Okay.
Metal Gear Acid
Never
tie-in.
heard of it. The solid eye is a multi-purpose goggle equipped with a variety of functions. It has the same night vision capabilities as ENVGs, as well as a monocular function. It can also display a wide range of data as called for by the situation at hand. It's capable of using visual cues to pull up target data on any soldiers or weapons within its field of vision. Say, for instance, the target is a soldier. The solid eye will display the soldier's physical and emotional state based on body temperature, heart rate, and even sweat secretion. You can toggle the solid eye's functions in the item window. Snake, we've got to meet up with our informants. The rendezvous point is farther up the street beyond that collapsed building. You'll need to pass through it to get to the other side.
Yeah, Tobit Acid is a reference to the 3D goggles that you could get with Metal Gear Acid 2. And there were certain parts of the game that would change with the goggles, with the glasses. You could like look at certain cards in 3D or some shit. I never used them, unfortunately. I only ever emulated Metal Gear Acid. I'm pretty sure Otacon has a call about this place.
Snake, the Solid Eye's night vision
He's
mode
not
can give
behaving,
you a
though.
clear view of footprints left behind by the enemy. Use this feature to help you determine their patrol routes more efficiently. Snake.
Yeah. This poor guy. This guy is still alive, I think. I think he even has a ration.
I can see him! Pick him off from here. We've been fired! Return fire! Ah!
Love how realistic that dirt looks on the camera. Looks great.
I designed your radar exactly to your specifications, Snake. The baseline map, shown in the upper right of the screen, shows a visual representation of what your senses tell you, including sense you're not even conscious of. It compiles and amplifies data on surrounding temperature, humidity, sounds, and smells. Think of it as a digital expression of the feel of your environment.
The feel? You mean my close-range senses?
That's one way of putting it, yeah. The stronger a feel is, the more vividly it shows up on the radar. But if you're somewhere with a high baseline, in the middle of a combat zone, say, or a panicking crowd, it's tougher to pick up that feel. Granted, you tend to stick out more when it's quiet around you, and it's easier to slip by unnoticed in a commotion. But it also makes you less alert to threats. Living organisms, such as soldiers and moving objects like unmanned weapons, give off strong feels, so they'll show up clearly on your radar. The radar also displays the strength of the ripples you yourself send out to others. The more you stick out, the bigger and brighter your radar presence will be. On the other hand, keeping quiet, staying still, and using octocamo to blend in with the environment makes your radar presence smaller, indicating that you're less likely to be detected by the enemy.
All right. More information on our senses, on our feels. Kojima said that the main theme for MGS4 was sense. I think in Japanese it might more accurately translate to will. A person's will. The previous games were all about what one passes on to the next generation from one person to another. Genes, memes. And with MGS4, with his more cynical state of mind, feeling that he was unable to pass the series down, he started to think of all the things that someone cannot pass on. Their will, their senses, their feel. So even all these little mechanics and things are inspired by that, come from that main theme. Kind of the more abstract parts of a person's being. Not just information and skills that can be passed down, not genetics. The feel. shots here are good.
Snake, I'm sure you've noticed the dust bins used for trash collection in that area. I'll bet they're big enough to fit inside. It could come in handy if you need to stay out of sight until the coast is clear. To get inside a dust bin, stand in front of it and press the action button.
Stand in front of it. Press the action button. Got it.
Once you're inside, tilt the 6-axis wireless controller to sneak a peek outside. You can also launch a first-person attack that way. When you're ready to get out, press the action button again. Snake, I know you already know this, but there's no point in hiding if the enemy sees you doing it. Make sure no one's watching.
Speaking of feels.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Stop! Stop right there!
Shoot him, please. Do this game a favor. The old box next to the old barrel. A banged up cardboard box or a banged up barrel? Which one do you want, Snake? Kind of cute that he wants to use something new, actually. And this barrel is pretty fucking OP. It's way better than the cardboard box. The cardboard box is only really useful in MGO. But yeah, you'll see the barrel in action later on. It's really good.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size. How else am I going to fit?
Fit? Oh, I got it.
If the enemy's after me, I can hide inside until they're gone. And, unlike a cardboard box, in a pinch I can roll into a quick getaway.
Say, that does sound pretty good. To hide inside a drum, simply equip it as an item. To roll, press the crawl button to lie down on your side, then move as you normally would. Nice find, Snake. No wonder they call you a professional procurer on site.
I really need to get back to my drum can only playthrough. We're almost at the end of Act 1. That was fun doing that, learning about the drum can. Learning that the drum can also ties into the psych system. The lower your psych, the less time you'll be able to spend rolling in the drum. So if you're completely empty, you'll barely be able to roll in the thing. Let me go back in here.
Okay, Snake. Hurry to the rendezvous point. Your radar is marked with which way to go.
Well, procuring on site goes all the way back to MGS1. Otacon.
Snake, I've said it 100 times already,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'll say it again. Do not let the enemy see you. If the enemy catches sight of you, they'll dispatch reinforcements to your location. You're on your own out there. No backup. There's no place to run and no place to hide. That's why
You worry too much, Otacon. Believe me, I know what'll happen if I screw up.
Okay, then. Just be extra careful and stay out of sight. Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with our informants is just up ahead. Check your radar to figure...
Damn, I forget where you trigger this call. I know there's a call where he talks about this building. I think we fucked it up. So here we have another section where we can help the militia fight against the PMCs. We got these two guys up here.
Help me out, okay?
Wait for that guy to drop.
It's a striker. The PMCs have sent reinforcements. Now their defensive line is a lot thicker. It's gonna be tougher to break through. That striker will be shooting at you, too. Stay on your toes. It might be best to avoid that area altogether if you can.
Can also go up here. Get some free missiles here. Some free rockets. Hey, what's up, PNTN? Sushi Mitsu with the 80 months, thank you. We got these guys over here. Yeah, we can help these guys from here and take out those PMCs up ahead, but if we actually go up close to them, they have some dialogue. So let's see if we can creep up close to them. I'll put the heat on him from below. Okay, now he's going to be coming down here. You pick him off from here. Now this guy's going to come down this way. Not sure where he goes, actually. Let's just leave him. Actually, I know where he's going to go. Yeah, the bottom floor to the window. This guy, this sniper. I think this is the last guy. Come on, turn around. Oh, the reload. Cool. We did it!
We did it!
Nice.
Oh, it was you.
Normally, I don't even bother helping them out there for story playthroughs, but just for a change.
Flank him!
And once you get to this section, you can no longer help the militia. This area is just a never-ending stalemate. It is impossible to win the war here. Kind of grim. You do everything to help these militiamen, and once you get up to this section, it just becomes unwinnable.
Suppressing fire!
Uh,
Snake! PMC airstrike!
oh, jeez! This chopper looks really sick. Whoosh! The sound there, that's great. Oh, did I miss my opportunity? Is he going to come back? I think he does come back. Yeah. Gonna shoot from there, probably. So, because this area is a never-ending stalemate, we can take this opportunity to get the liquid flashback Easter egg, which will trigger after we get a certain amount of kills. Eh. Normally I just find a good spot here and try not to kill the militia. Just line them up here. They'll keep respawning forever. bop, bop. That stress is going up. My hands are shaking. Battle about. And where can I take this thing out with an M82? Whoosh. Wow! Come on, give me the flashback. I don't have to be in a combat high to get it, do I? I think you can get it without being in a combat high. Whoa! Should have stood in the shade, really.
You enjoy all the killing, that's why.
Get over here, now!
There it is. We lose that bit of psych as well when I puke. Snake's stance changes when he gets really low on psych like this, just exhausted. Yeah, I'm not sure how many kills in total you have to do. I could have sworn one time I did it with like very few kills, like less kills than that, but maybe it is consistent, I don't know.
I've got some intel on the PMCs deployed in that area. They're a part of Praying Mantis Corporation, based out of the United Kingdom. It's one of the 5 largest PMCs in the world. Its business activity includes soldiers for hire, Supply and logistics services, education and training for state armies, everything you'd expect. During the Iraq War, Praying Mantis contracted with the US government to send large numbers of its soldiers into combat zones, which is why the local regime opted to hire Praying Mantis, a UK-based company, and not their regular army to fight the rebels for them. They were buying their experience. Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with our informants is just up ahead. Check your radar to figure out which way to go. Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with...
Nothing else for me, Otacon?
Otacon, seriously, what's with all these ads?
Oh, you mean Battlefield ads.
Battlefield ads? Is that what they're called?
On the street, anyway. It's what people are calling any ad having to do with the war economy. Privatizing the military has inevitably created intense competition for market share among PMCs and defense industries. Everybody wants to expand their market, get a bigger piece of the pie, so they're churning out truckloads of ads, exactly like the ones we see every day.
But war's not something you can just write off.
It may seem that way, but the war economy is an enormous driving force in the world today. There are people whose livelihoods depend on those ads. Same goes for internet ads, TV commercials.
The world's gone mad, and us with it.
I know. But that's reality.
Yeah. Well, I can relate to that. My livelihood depends on ads. Call of Duty ads. So now we've reached the Advent Palace, where Rat Patrol Team 1 is holed up. And here we can see some traps that have been left by Rat Patrol, by Johnny. He's the trap master. Although his trap placements aren't always the best. Oh, Jesus! I fucking felt that. The sound of that, the crack. It's not always that loud, is it? Maybe you get worse cracks when your psych is completely empty. That was nasty. Oh my God, Jesus. I don't think it usually sounds that bad. Oh my God, I don't think it usually looks that bad. Sorry, Snake, I'm really putting you through it. Will we trade our life for our psyche? Trade our body for our mind? I don't think a full health bar is going to equate to a full psych bar. How much will I get back with a full health bar? Half? Hey! The stance is back to normal. Let me just test the back. Yeah, that didn't sound as bad. The animation is different too. That fucked with his psych though, it brought it down. So he'll go into this pose as well when his health is low. It's not just dependent on his psych. But the cigarette won't kill me. It'll just bring me down to like 1 HP. And then I can let the psych fill up. And then when my psych is good, my health will regenerate faster. Trading the noodles wasn't worth it. Ah!
Snake, you can't die.
Reading your fucking comment wasn't
Snake!
worth it.
Snake!
I took my eye off the road there. Hey, well the checkpoint gave me my my health and psych back. We got the bathrooms here. No standing on the toilet. And apparently these are real signs that you get in Japan. You know, because they were used to squatter toilets for so long that some people would stand on the toilets just because it was so ingrained to be standing while you were taking a shit. If you look at this as well, you can see that he's wearing a bandana, this guy. So I think that's supposed to be Snake.
Snake, I'm detecting a trap in your vicinity. It's a bomb that uses an infrared sensor as a detonation trigger. It's a remote control device, and I'm detecting slight traces of volatile sleep gas. Trigger it, and you'll be knocked out, so be careful.
Can't remember if he talks about this if I call him on the codec.
Snake, I'm picking up a weak radio signal emitting from the infrared sensors placed throughout the building. My guess is they're set up so that whoever planted them, our informants in other words, can monitor their operating status in real time.
That's rare.
I strongly advise leaving those traps alone.
See, at the start of that codec call, he was typing on his keyboard and you could hear him on the keyboard. Is there a single other call in the game where he does that? I cannot recall of any other moment in the game where he does that. That's pretty unique. Forgot about that call.
I'm picking up a faint radio signal from that thing. I'm guessing it might be transmitting its operating status in real time. I'd leave those sensors alone if I were you. Just ignore those infrared sensors. Find a way around them. Snake, I told you not to bother. Don't mess with it. You can't disarm those. Ignore them. Move on. Oh, for crying out loud. Forget it. Just do whatever you want. Snake, you can't die. No! Snake! Snake!
You changed your tune quickly, Otacon. Okay. Third attempt. Pick that up. Do I even want to bother going over there anymore? I think we'll just go straight up. Kuja from Final Fantasy IX. Trans Kuja, that is. Oh, yeah. I remember testing this out last time. At least I think. Fuck you! You can knock the rat out. And then he just despawns, unfortunately. But yeah, you can knock him out. Shooting bottles is also another way of reducing your stress. Fuck, I didn't realize I had my cigarettes equipped. If you shoot the bottles here.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
All right. Here.
Easy now. Don't move.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
How the hell did you ever survive 10 years?
Don't move! CQC. Real big boss, huh? Lower your weapon! Slowly now. I wouldn't try anything funny if I were you.
Fox.
Snake? Snake?
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
Oh my god.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
And you must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander! Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
First hounds, now rats. Here, you can have this back. What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor, maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this O1 unit?
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. The sleeping giant is Jonathan. Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back. And finally... Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared. You quit the unit. Me? Huh. I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor. I'm only here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC. Each individual soldier has been fully ID tagged with nanomachines injected into their bodies for that purpose. The nanomachines keep track of the soldiers and their real-time personal data 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you, too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee.
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
Lalilulelo, what are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret, both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover, inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught...
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
Didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell!
Yeah.
He put you up to this?
You didn't know.
You've gotta be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
This is bullshit! He's not my father. violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter. Men. Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Commander.
What is it?
There's 20 of them. And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the Frog.
His private troops.
It's them.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault? Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't my fault. I swear. It wasn't my fault. Oh, man. Oh, look, what?
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me. Eye contact. These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
Got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
All right, let's do it. It's time for you to witness the power of the drum can. The glory of the drum can. Huh? While you're moving in the drum can, bullets will ricochet off the barrel. If you're rolling, you are invincible. And when you roll into them, it's an instant KO. Come on. And there's part one.
Akiba, what are you doing?
Ooh, they're here already. Ah. Notice how Johnny is holding a weapon, right? He's holding this assault rifle here, but he never once fires it, if you notice. He will never ever fire it. Because of course, he can't. He's XM8, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh! I'm gonna die! Retreat! Meryl's gonna die. I completely made a mess out of this.
Meryl's in trouble. Go back, Snake.
Ah! Not sharp at all, Meryl. I got distracted by what the fuck we were talking about. Or what I was talking about related to Johnny, and I forgot to set up my whole plan. Did these guys already spawn here? They probably did. Let's just place down a mine. Fuck it, just take it. Not Oh, nice. I made such a mess of this section. Jesus. I thought we were finished and we're only at the halfway point. This is the sloppiest frog section I've done in I don't know how long. Drum can again. Oh! Okay, the drum can is not completely invincible. Okay, now I think we're done here. Jesus, what a mess.
Cover me! Clear! Oh man, where's the bathroom?
Busted, just go over there!
I can't get it!
Cover!
Clear! Ed,
Start praying!
pray to who? God! Oh God! Commander, I really gotta
Shut
go!
up!
But I can't hold it any...
Get out of the way! Akima, get down with now!
Crazy how easy it is to miss all this. You have a boner, Johnny? All the flies flying around him as well there.
It's all you!
Do it!
Snake, Akiba's been knocked out.
Get down!
Nice. Oh, there was one left! Fuck! I'm probably gonna puke before I get over to her. Oh! I haven't tried MGS4 on an emulator yet, no. I know Knight was playing it a while back.
Seriously, Akiba, what the hell?
Yeah, I'd like to give it a try one of these days. Now, final section coming up. Turn my back so I don't get affected by stun grenades here. They always throw in stuns first. You can always avoid it just by looking away from them, like that. Ah!
Hey.
Oh, oh.
Jump already!
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Is that part of the system, too?
With SOP, my team can literally operate as one. Well, except for a certain someone who's not much of a team player. So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be all right?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I could still get around.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
Akiba! One man's blunder can compromise the whole team.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Be careful, Snake.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question. They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so. That geek kid, Akiba, he was really starting to lose it.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's personality traits.
And that big guy, he didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, Liquid should be there.
A liquid. Colossal Fish, thank you very much for the 85. I don't think I thanked you earlier for that. Much appreciated.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
So if we were on new game here, you would see a little doll here, a little collectible. You get the frog doll for tranquilizing all of them. Those are your rewards for tranking boss fights in this game, and this is classed as a boss, I guess, of sorts. And when you collect all of the dolls, you unlock the solar gun. The dolls are gifts for Sunny. We'll see them on the Nomad later. You give them to Sunny. And that's why you get the solar gun as your reward, because it's a sunshine gun. Little Boktai tie-in, little Boktai reference. We're on NG Plus now, so we've already collected all this stuff. I had the strangest dream. The world was enveloped in darkness. I looked all about me, but there was no light. I was floating through the sky. Dark clouds stretched out below me, and I could see no trace of land. But I heard voices. Voices wailing in despair, screaming in fear, the cruel laughter of some unseen villain, and a voice calling my name. I covered my ears. All I could do was drift through the skies. What power did a tiny, insignificant creature like me have? But no matter how I tried, I couldn't shut the voice out. Who was it? Why was he calling me? I'm just Sunny. Tiny, insignificant Sunny. Then suddenly, I felt the light, a faint flicker emanating from my body, and the words came to me. I don't remember where I heard them or when, but they were warm and strong. May the sun shine forever in our hearts. And then it hit me. In this world, I was the sun. Upon realizing this, my body began to overflow with light. It was so bright, and I closed my eyes, and then I was back in my bed. But I saw him. I know it. The moment I shielded my eyes against the light, I saw him, the boy who was calling my name, standing on the earth. I saw his face beaming brightly, and I saw the weapon he held up high, the solar gun. It was really hard to keep up with that. The text scrolls quickly. Now I'm wondering if Sunny is also the name of a character in one of the Boktai games. I've only completed the first Boktai game. So maybe Sunny's name also is taken from Boktai. Maybe from one of the later Boktai games. I don't know. Because in that description it said my name is Sunny, and it feels like all of that text is like a reference to one of the Boktai games. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. To like the story of one of the games and the characters in one of the games. I'm not sure. But yeah, the solar gun is really good. And it needs to be charged like the solar gun in Boktai. In Boktai, you actually had to go outside and use the real-life sun to charge the solar chip on the back of the game cartridge. But in MGS4, you just have to make sure you're in an outside area. And then you can charge it up.
Sunlight!
If I try and charge it now, see? It doesn't build up.
Sunlight!
But when we go outside, we'll be able to charge it.
Sunlight! Sunlight!
Snake, start by going up to the surface. Look for a way out of the basement.
How powerful is it? It's really good, yeah. It's a really good trank gun. It's almost like a trank assault rifle or something, given how fast it is. It's especially useful during the bike chase. If you want to do no kills on the bike chase, or you're doing a big boss run on NG+, the solar gun can help you out quite a bit.
Hey, Snake. That emblem on Meryl's uniform, that's Foxhound, isn't it?
Yep.
I thought Meryl was with the 01 unit. I mean, I know she's attached to Foxhound and all, but still.
Covert Special Forces units do this kind of thing all the time. They use emblems that don't mean anything, like skulls and stuff.
Like disinformation?
Something like that.
I wonder if that's really all it is. Maybe she's still got some lingering attachment.
You think so?
I meant to Foxhound.
I knew that.
It's okay if Meryl wants to cling to the past.
Aw, poor
I just
Snake.
want her to be happy, that's all.
Kind of a cute moment from Snake there. I always find it kind of funny how Snake says, you know, special ops units use stuff like this all the time, use emblems like this all the time, like skulls and stuff that don't mean anything. Use emblems that don't mean anything, like skulls and stuff, which is just ironic given that MGS often uses skulls for very specific purposes. Usually, you know, skulls in MGS are specifically symbolic. Snake is just like, nah, doesn't mean anything. You know, like with, say, Skullface or the MSF logo, the skull of the MSF logo, Raiden's skull suit. Usually there to symbolize a lack of identity or something without an identity.
Hey, Snake, since when did you learn how to use CQC?
I got the training back when I was in Foxhound, but I never used it in actual combat.
You had those skills all this time and never used them? Why?
The man who taught me was my former commander in Foxhound.
Big Boss?
Never felt right using a technique learned from a man who'd betrayed his unit. Thinking back, CQC as a concept was way ahead of its time. Nobody was using it yet. Not the Green Berets, or the SEALs, or the CIA paramilitaries.
And then earlier this year, the Pentagon declassifies Big Boss's file for some reason. All of a sudden, his story is the stuff of pop culture. Books, magazines, the net. And now people are taking another look at CQC.
The war criminal, reinvented as a hero.
Big Boss's exploits as a Cold War secret agent back in the 60s have made him a legend.
The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize.
Is that why you finally decided to use CQC? Because it's no longer just his anymore?
The CQC soldiers use nowadays is a pale imitation. They're learning from reading about it. I learned through doing, and there's a world of difference.
Then you want to teach them the real thing. The way you learned from your Big Boss.
That's not it either. Some things aren't meant to be passed down to future generations. When some guy comes at me using that cookie-cutter imitation of CQC, my body just reacts naturally, that's all.
Ah, I get it. An eye for an eye. Well, maybe not quite. I reckon they'd lose more than just an eye when going up against you.
Okay. So, this call is quite interesting. We find out that in the world of MGS, in the current day of MGS4, quite recently in this world, new stories came out about Big Boss. MGS3 basically released in the world of MGS4 quite recently. But in the shape, whereas we played the game version, the people of MGS4 read about him in magazines and on the internet, and all these MGS3 stories came out online. And Snake has no time for it. A war criminal reinvented as a hero. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize. Framing MGS3 as some kind of naive fantasy, not portraying the real man. Not showing us the real guy. Almost portraying MGS3 as a lie of sorts. It's interesting as well, they kind of make it seem like that was when Snake used CQC for the first time against Johnny. You know, he says, oh, you know, when I see someone come at me with that cookie cutter version of CQC, my body reacts naturally. You know, and Otacon is asking him about it as if this was the first time he used it. You know, like, he hasn't seen him use CQC until just now. But it's weird because you can use CQC right at the start of the game. It always makes me think it would be cool if for like the first part of Act 1 all you had were punches and kicks, basic punches and kicks until that moment with Johnny. Then that scene would make a little bit more sense. I mean, it's not a big fucking deal either way. I don't really give that much of a shit. But I feel like that would have been maybe a better way to introduce CQC. And it would have been kind of cool just having basic ass punches and kicks for a half a chapter. But obviously they wanted some way of... They didn't want to go back to basic hand-to-hand combat after MGS3. They didn't want to remove all those mechanics. They wanted to expand upon them, obviously. So they had to write in a way of... they had to find a way of writing it into the story. But yeah, the commentary on MGS3 in that scene is interesting. Snake having no time for this reframing of Snake as some kind of hero. Big Boss as some kind of hero. Snake wouldn't be an MGS3 fan. He'd see it as some kind of... see it as propaganda. Big Boss propaganda. When you get to the final... Well, when you get to the final fight with Liquid, it's obviously paying tribute to... Well, the whole series kind of has a lineage of 1v1 final boss fights like that. But, yeah, it seems like in particular it's going back to the MGS1 fight on top of Rex. But no, even during that first phase, you can do grabs and all sorts of other shit. You're not just completely limited to what you were able to do in MGS1. But you do get more unique CQC attacks and stuff when you enter the MGS3 section of the fight. Though they are still kind of automated. The grab animations just change rather than the controls changing. You just get fancier animations. We're outside now. Can we get our solar gun juice?
Sunlight!
Not enough. We're still in the shade. What about here?
Sunlight!
Hey!
Looks like the militia have got themselves an armored tank.
Yup. A BMP-3. It's an old Soviet-designed IFV. It's not quite up to MBT defensive standards, but it's got enough armor to protect it against medium-caliber machine gun rounds. The militia could use it as a barricade against PMC gunfire. Use it to your advantage to help you proceed without having to face the PMCs.
Alright, so now the militia have this tank. They're pretty well set up here. Usually they're on the back foot. But they're doing pretty well here. I'm going to take a different path here. Usually I go all the way around there. But I was playing around with this path during my drum can run.
Don't let it through! Keep it out until we get some
Let's try and keep this tank alive. Oh! Get out of my way, man! Gee, oh my god! What a load of fucking shit. That was that guy's fault. I don't think I'm protecting that tank.
Get priority reinforcements. You'll have to make do.
I'm gonna go back to my barrel-only playthrough. I might just spread it out over a few months. Well, I made a complete mess out of that. Our tank is still alive, though. Good job, I took out that guy with the javelin. Oh! Yeah, I'm really not used to taking this path. Oh my god. Is this normal for these guys to respawn like this? Maybe they respawn if you don't push forward. Oh, what the fuck?
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake? Snake!
Okay. I don't think it's normal for that many respawns to come in. I think it must be dependent on how fast you get up to the end. That was crazy, the amount of them that came in. Yeah, I guess I'm just not used to taking this path and all the things that can happen if you do take that path. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Fuck it, let's take this path this time. This guy will always get killed no matter what. Are you all right? I hope that landed. No, I don't think it did.
What was that for?
Otacon.
Snake, use that IFV as a shield to help you get to Liquid's PMC camp.
I'm not sure if you can knock him out to save him.
Don't let it through! Keep it busy till we get some gangbusters up here!
Okay, now that I'm up here, maybe it's just dependent on the tank and how close the tank gets. What the fuck? Where did you come from? No, they're here again. Who the fuck are these guys? What the hell?
Snake, are you all right? Snake? Snake!
What? Okay, I must just be going crazy. They must have patched the game and added those guys into the game. Hey, it's been a pretty smooth playthrough up until this point.
Got my back?
It's been a pretty decent day of MGS, performance-wise. I mean, the frogs were pretty messy too, but could have been worse. This is a freak accident. This one.
Don't let it through. Keep it busy till we get some cave busters up here.
Let's try knocking out the guy this time. Oh! No, they still kill him. Poor guy. No, dude, 2 more spawn in to replace those guys? I swear to God, man, I'm not seeing so many respawns come in at the end here. This is... Maybe I am just going crazy. I'm probably just doing something different. More of them! I always forget about the guys up there. Forgot that a javelin guy is up there as well. Wow. Maybe it's just that I'm waiting around when I usually don't. Although, no, sometimes I'll fight the battle with them and, you know, go for the, we did it! I don't know, I think I'm just going crazy. I'm just forgetting things. Hey! Well, we did it at least. Shame we lost the tank.
Looks like they just took out a BMP-3.
It was one of those PMC tank busters. Nice piece of work.
I'll say. But now there's one less shield for you to use. Watch out for stray bullets. The enemy's not too discriminating.
They're not getting me on a cheap kill. I'll watch my back.
Ah, cool. I forgot about that call. The war is over now, anyway.
Liquid is in the PMC camp
Liquid.
just up ahead. We need to get to him as fast as we can, but the fighting between the militia and the PMCs is really heating up. You know what to do. Use the battle conditions to your advantage, and proceed with caution.
I want to see if any of these guys are laughing. Hey. Nope.
What's up with you? Damn it.
There we go. That's what should happen. So that's what I was trying to show earlier in the first battlefield section at the start of Act 1. But the guy wasn't cooperating. He was bugging out.
The enemy's here?
Replacements? Any laughing guys among you? No, only the laughing guys will kill their friends.
All right.
Be careful of that guy, man. Do they pick their guns back up? No. Now he'll try and punch them. Hopefully. Nah, he's not gonna punch them. Do they not always rage in the same way? Will some of them rage differently with different, some of them have different voices? Yeah, I'll just take your guns if you don't mind.
Damn it! Oh, it's you again. Oh, damn it. Oh, you again. So that's where you were.
Okay, I think I'm done here.
Damn it.
This is another thing I forgot about here.
Oh, it's you again.
You know, normally you have to go up the ladder and around that way and drop down to trigger the next scene, to trigger the next cutscene. But if you win the war, you cut a hole through the fence. I completely forgot that that was a thing, that you could access the scene through this way. That's cool.
Liquid is in the PMC camp just up ahead. We need to get to him as fast as we can, but the fighting between the militia and the PMCs is really heating up. You know what to do. Use the battle conditions to your advantage and proceed with caution.
They can read the porn mags, yeah. Just standard kind of thing.
What do we have here? Oh, yeah.
You can use the syringes on them as well, can't you? Yeah, you like that? All right. See you later, boys.
It's the beast!
Well, that just happened. Otacon, anything to say about that?
Those things just wipe the floor with the militiamen.
Must be the special unit that wounded militiaman was talking about.
And now the wreckage is blocking the way. Snake, head straight for Liquid's camp.
Not too much from Otacon here.
Snake, there are more differences between the militia and the PMCs than you may think. For one thing, the PMCs are flush with cash, so they usually have the latest gear.
Looks that way. Weapon systems, combat suits, tactical vests, communications equipment. All the latest toys.
On top of that, they're running on the SOP system, which keeps them in constant contact with each other during battle. The militia, on the other hand, are little more than amateurs. Most haven't even had basic combat training. And their equipment is nothing to brag about either. They're just barely scraping by.
Their weapons don't seem to be controlled by the system. The ones I've picked up work for me just fine.
Right. But the PMC's weapons won't. You can steal their guns, but they'll most likely be locked and unusable. Remember that.
All right. So we get introduced to the B&Bs. They leave a whole mess here. We can pick up the scraps.
Go northwest.
Shut up. Damn, there's a lot of stuff to pick up here. The power of the barrel strikes again. Stealing from the dead. Have you no shame? That's what the world has become. Steal and then immediately sell it off. So now we are in the final area of Act 1. Ooh.
Who goes there? Hey.
This is the area I was struggling with on my drum can only run. I think I spent like 2.5 hours in this area trying to figure it out. I still have to figure it out. I'm almost there. We pretty much had it figured out at the end. I just had to execute it. But yeah, this was a pretty tough one to... Pretty tough area to figure out. Drop. Drop. I think I can get some more ammo in here. Yeah. Drop, please. Cool, here you can see the geckos loaded into the back of the truck here. They fold up nicely, these geckos.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Are those gecko on that truck? I always pictured gecko as these big,
hulking things. But I guess they can fold up pretty small, too. Imagine that. I'll bet I could fit one through my front door if I tried. What do you think?
Thinking about redecorating?
Come on. You don't think I'm that weird, do you?
What do you think is the best vest color to choose from? I usually just leave it as default. Very boring answer. Wait, are you talking about real life, Jay? Are you talking about MGS4? Wait, no, I didn't even think about your question properly. I thought you were talking about... what did I think you were talking about? I thought you were talking... Yeah. You are talking about the command vest. Right. Yeah. No, usually I just leave it as default, which is khaki, right? Let's switch to black.
Come on, wake up.
Bow-doo, bow-doo. This guy is coming around. Huh? Oh, you bitch.
This is HQ. Understood. The state...
We're under attack.
Acknowledge.
I knew I should have left that guy alone.
Extra caution.
Should have just let the caution die down. It was almost over.
Wake up already.
Ooh, more trank ammo here. I did not know that. Usually I don't come over here at all. Ooh, this is a nice little spot here. You're shielded nicely here.
HQ.
This is HQ.
All clear.
Understood. The state of alert has been lifted. Resume position.
That's right. Get back to work. Boodoo, baka boodoo. Yeah, this is a pretty cool area.
Hey you, get over here.
Yes?
We're having connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here. Liquid.
I knew it. Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
Activate it.
What?
What? What? What?
Commander!
I never thought it would be so easy. But these results... refreshing. Don't you think? been too long. Liquid. Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. Are free of the shackles of fate. Snake. Brother. I was known and feared as Chad. You're free. Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
Snake! Hey, are you alright? Grab on.
There we go. Act 1, 4.5 hours. 4 continues, 4 alerts, 35 kills. Right, so were all my kills during the liquid thing? Is it 35 kills that you need to trigger the liquid flashback? I don't think I killed anyone else. I don't think. Let's save. All right. Act 2, briefing. I'm going to take a bit of a food break during the briefing here.
One, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233.
Peace Walker after 4, yes.
610, 987, 15, 97, 95, 84. Uncle Hal? The eggs? They're done.
Thank you, Sonny.
Snake!
So, back from the dead?
I don't remember the sun being so flat.
Sorry. I'll dig in right away, Sonny. And would you make some for Snake, too?
Okay.
Hey. None for me, Sonny. Shh. How long was I out?
A whole day.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah. It could have been Meryl and her boys. Don't worry. They're doing fine.
Liquid got away.
You okay?
My body just seized up all of a sudden. This is normal. It's not my joints or muscles.
It looked like the PMC soldiers all went haywire en masse, too. I thought it might be a form of ADS, but I didn't detect any aberrations in the EM field. You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts stopped.
She was there. Naomi was at Liquid's side. Otacon, did you see her?
No, but you're right. Naomi was there. I found traces of her DNA in that syringe you were holding.
So it was Naomi. Why?
Here, let me show you something. Right after it all happened, I got a video mail from Naomi. It was sent to my old address.
Here you go.
Thanks, Sonny. They're delicious.
But you haven't even eaten any.
We grown-ups have to watch our caloric intake, you know. Ah, but thank you. I was looking for this.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Sonny! You really hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
Oh, like I know how to cook. Hey, check this out. The data's been quarantined, no viruses. The voice print matches Naomi's, and I'm fairly confident the video isn't digitally synthesized either.
Snake, I'll make this quick. I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research. It's Liquid. Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers. To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are third generation. But their design is derived from that of the first generation. And the basic technology is still the same.
First generation?
I was the one who created the first generation. The nanomachine company, part of which was Foxdie. 9 years ago at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body, Snake. The technology used in Foxdie was incorporated, inherited really, by SOP. That's why Liquid has me helping him hijack the system, because I know how Foxdie works. Please, you must rescue me. Liquid's found a loophole he can use to get into the system. Preparations for his insurrection are nearly complete. There's no time to waste. Snake, hurry!
Naomi sent her location data in a separate file.
What the hell is that?
It's a type of encrypted data. Sonny decoded it for us. Remember now? This is data from the Soliton radar you used at Shadow Moses. I'm guessing Naomi wants us to know the message truly is from her. Sending the map data in Soliton radar format. Very clever. And Mei Ling's helping us out from Hawaii.
The data she sent was 4D sound data. I don't know how Soliton radar works, but all I had to do was change the audio data into video data. It was easy. This Naomi lady seems pretty cool.
Don't get your hopes up.
It's Campbell.
Snake, as you'll recall, following the Shadow Moses incident 9 years ago, Naomi was detained by the authorities.
Hi, Colonel.
But someone arranged for her escape.
Yeah, I hear they added that to my rap sheet, too.
I suspect it was actually Liquid. He must have taken her prisoner himself and forced her to do research at his facility in South America. Chances are, the location Naomi gave us is the site of Liquid's main base.
But there's no actual probe.
There's an ongoing skirmish between a new regime put into power by PMC and a rebel army formed by remnants of the old one. The rebels have hired a small-scale local PMC of their own to stir things up. It's the quintessential example of a war economy market. The new regime is still in shambles, so it's really Pure Moment, one of the PMCs under Outer Heaven control, that's calling the shots. You might say it's a perfect place for Liquid to make his haven.
Or it could be a trap.
True, but even so, the payoff would greatly aid our efforts.
I had Sonny trace the origin of Naomi's mail. The address is fake, but Sonny was able to track the message back through its proxies based on access date timestamps and data transfer volumes. Apparently, the message originated from a server in South America. I wouldn't exactly call it 100% credible, though.
Colonel, where's Meryl?
Well, I know she left the Middle East in pursuit of Liquid. I'm sure Arsak is on to us by now. We can't chase that line too far.
Huh. Which leaves
Naomi is our only lead.
I secured you landing clearance at El Dorado International Airport. You'll be acting as a UN inspector.
South America. That's about 20 hours from here. Then what's the plan?
I'll arrange for them to get you a 4x4. The location Naomi gave us, the PMC's base, is in a mountainous region surrounded by forests. Use the 4x4 to get as close as possible to the PMC security perimeter. From there on, Snake, it'll be a solo sneaking mission.
Roy.
Thanks.
Roy gets his food at the same time.
The rebels are still pitched in battle against the PMCs. The commotion should help you slip into the facility unnoticed.
20 hours until we land. Got it. I'll have a look at the documents. Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
Say man.
Oh shit, I forgot. Clao, yadio man. Clao.
Colonel, how deeply are they involved in all of this?
The Patriots, you mean?
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today. If the purpose of this battlefield control system is to control IDs, it fits in with their plans perfectly.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems, and then using them to manipulate the economy and information flow. For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solid has feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nanomachine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nanomachines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it. Leave one.
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon, what the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kind of based it on some designs Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry. I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
Dave, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Welcome anyone coming in from Dave's stream.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held.
Good to see you. Love the colors here. We're just gonna sprint through here. We've been fucking around quite a bit with the militia and PMCs up until this point. Here we'll just fight. Well, we will help them out in the upcoming area, but we'll just sprint through this first little section.
Go get the weapons.
Fire the RPGs! Fuck it, just go. I was gonna shoot him. Ha! Now, you know, I never really put much thought into the time of day here and how the time of day changes from area to area. When we get to the second main area here, it's going to be a lot brighter than this. Does this area also brighten up the longer you stay in it? Probably not. What? I like the blue here. It's nice.
Snake, I see you found yourself a uniform from the old regime's army. It's just like the ones the rebels are wearing.
Yeah, just my size, too.
Yeah. The rebels are a heck of a lot less likely to shoot at you if you're wearing that uniform. Don't hesitate to put it on if you're feeling a little naked.
I'll do that.
Of course, you have to act the part, too. Don't forget to play nice.
Don't worry. I'll behave.
Yeah, we're on NG+, so we already have the outfit. Normally you find the outfit back where I just came from. In one of those shacks. Dave, what were you doing? Were you watching... I think I saw your title earlier. You were watching some Dragon's Dogma 2 presentation or something. I really need to play Dragon's Dogma. It's been on the list for a while. I know it's directed by... what's his name? Itsuno. Let's see. Dragon's Dogma 2 looks good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking out the first game. Mostly pissing about. Oh yeah, you're getting your new PC working. Well, I'm not sure if it's a whole new PC, but getting your PC working with the new parts. No.
Something there? Hey.
Ah! Maybe I should have stayed in my octo camo, actually.
Suppressing fire!
If I take out a bunch of PMCs and then switch to octo camo, will they know? Will they know it's the same person? Oh, he's actually red right now.
We've got company.
But I guess because I'm wearing the outfit, it shouldn't even matter. Sorry, boys, I'm not helping you out too well here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know why they're red. Fuck it, let's just roll with the camo this time.
You hit! Fire!
Oh wait, no, they are going back to normal. Okay, I thought maybe I had to get out of their outfit to increase my bond with them. It's kind of funny at the start of Act 2, you might think that there's a whole different setup with the militia this time because of what Laughing Octopus does. You know, this is the face of the bastard that killed your comrades, but that doesn't really seem to factor into the gameplay. I mean, it was kind of a shitty plan from her anyway. I guess they just didn't buy it, which makes sense. What?
Something just...
No. Oh, this area does brighten up. Look how bright it is now. I wonder is it based on time or based on your positioning? Maybe it always brightens up when you reach a certain part of the environment. I never paid attention to this. Oh. I bet I'm gonna get caught crawling over here.
You're still a long way from Naomi's research lab. The direction of the lab is indicated on your radar. Use it to plan your next move. Snake, the guerrillas you liberated are probably well versed in local geography. Following in their footsteps might be the fastest way to get you where you need to go. Something to consider, anyway. Snake, you know the men and women in the rebel army were once regular soldiers in the National Army. When the current regime seized power, they were either stripped of their ranks or left of their own accord. At any rate, the vast majority were in the army when the old regime implemented the SOP system.
Hold on. You're saying they've got nanomachines in their bodies?
Exactly. But when the regime changed, the system expunged their IDs. That's why they can't use ID guns and fight with naked guns instead. On the other hand, it also means the government can't control the rebels' actions through the system. Or you can look at it another way. If you get a weapon from the rebels, there's no need to involve Drebin. You can use it as is.
Nice. I'll have to remember that.
Interesting.
The PMC the regime hired is French, isn't it?
It sure is. Pieuvre Armament. Octopus Armaments. Why?
On this battlefield ad I'm looking at, it's written in French. Les tentacules de la pieuvre pour votre guerre. It means something like arms of the octopus. Arms for your war.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Fluent in 6 languages. You know, I bet the octopus never saw it coming. Somebody using its limbs to design a wartime advertisement?
You use what you can. That's what we humans do.
Sounds like something a Procure on-site expert would say.
Is that so, Otacon?
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
There's Snake's beautiful French. Go, 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 go.
Who goes there?
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle, end up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Ryden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside. Meryl wanted to make a comeback, a difference. We can't all be as strong as you, Snake. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
All right, lol.com. Thank you very much for the 52 in a row. So yeah, here we get this crazy introduction to Rose, and this wild implication that Jack was actually a part of Foxhound. Even though it was Snake who was the one to point out that that was wrong in the first place, way back in those MGS2 days. But, you know, I guess he's getting a bit senile, right? He can't remember all of that information. I'm curious now if I get out of this camouflage. Right.
Who? What are you doing here? What? Ah! What's up with you?
Okay, they're cool. Just because they were yellow there. Wasn't sure if they'd be completely cool with me. So I'm not, they don't love me yet. Their names will be blue when they love me. I need to take out a few more PMCs.
Huh? Hey. It's my imagination.
But yeah, it kind of feels like they're playing up to Rose's reputation with the fan base there. Like, what if we put Rose in a relationship with the Colonel? Of course, it turns out that it's just a setup. They're not really together. But, a pretty wild development in the story.
What? Something just...
No. Who was that?
Freeze.
Ah! I swear I saw something.
Who the hell saw me? Hey, thank you for the shout out.
Ah!
No.
Take it.
So, instead of getting the enemy to shake, like in MGS 2 and 3, you have a different system now in MGS 4 where you pat them down. Where you have to, where it's kind of like a QTE, you have to time it when the prompts appear. That's what she says. Doesn't mean it's the truth. I think it's pretty clear it's the truth when you get to the end of the game. You really have to hate Rose to think otherwise. But they're definitely playing up to her reputation with that reveal, kind of baiting you into hating her even more.
What? Anybody there? What's going on? Hey!
Who is this? Snake. That voice. There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this... Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake. I'm at your side.
Wait.
Now we have Raiden. With Snake's codec frequency, 141.80. The mentor frequency throughout the series. Master Miller's frequency, then Snake's in MGS2, then the boss. And now Raiden gets that frequency. And later on in Act 2, he does kind of serve as a mentor to Snake, teaching him how to track Naomi's trail.
What? Oh. It's you. What's going on? Are those
Oh, you again.
What happened?
Snake, I am a badass now. Bloodborne again in the future? Yeah, of course. I'll always go back to Bloodborne. I'm not sure when it will be. Might be another year or so. But it's one of my favorite games, so I'll always be going back to it. Ooh. I just heard a bee in the game, I think. I don't remember ever noticing that before. Like the kind of like a buzzing bee sound.
Something there? Hey.
Wow, did you notice that? Someone else is coming. Oh! Where did you guys come from? Ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum. Hey, what's up, Caster?
This is HQ. Get priority reinforcements. We'll have to make do.
We got company! Fire!
Damn, Snake gets fucked up in this chapter. Even outside of the alert phase, it's very easy for your stress to skyrocket here because it's so hot. The weather has a huge effect here. We just got some more Playboy in the corner here. I love the positioning for this Playboy magazine, tucked away here. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba dum. I'm gonna try and have some fun with the Mark II again here. I'm probably gonna fail though. What? Wow. They're able to get a lot done here without my help. I did fucking nothing here. They already cleared them out. Oh! I'm not on the malicious good side anymore. Although wait, no, maybe even if you're on the malicious good side, if you're on the malicious good side, do they react nicely to the Mark II as well, or do they always think the Mark II is an enemy?
Hey! Hey! Snake, be more careful with the Mark II.
Are they cool with me?
Footsteps.
Ah!
Footsteps. Footsteps. There's nobody here.
Yeah, I don't think we're on good terms. I don't think they even get distracted by your footsteps like that if you're on good terms with them. What? No, we should be friends though. I took out a load of PMCs.
What the? Just my imagination.
No, no, no. We should be cool. We're cool.
What? Oh, it's you.
Okay, right, nice.
So that's where you were.
Ah. What if I use a Mark II right in front of them?
Charge!
Can't you see I'm controlling this thing, man? There's a PS3 controller in my fucking hands. This is mine, and we're cool.
We've got him! We've got him!
Okay, that's funny. I wonder, do they do the same thing if you're on really good terms with them? Where we're neutral now, you know? That's what the yellow text means. If the yellow text is blue, if Rebel is written in blue, that means we're buddies. Can I still get away with doing this when we're yellow?
Who? Oh, you again. Damn it.
Go on, kill your friend. Kill him! Kill him!
What's going on?
Okay, he wasn't nearly as efficient as the last guy we got. And down he goes.
Get up. Damn it.
Punch him! Nah, he's not gonna do it. Is this an intended feature? Yes. All the NPCs have an innate emotion. This guy's innate emotion is laugh, which you can tell by the yellow square beside his name. This guy over here has a green square, which means he is a screamer. And you can increase their emotion by just interacting with them, grabbing them, bumping into them, punching them, or whatever. But the safest way to build up their meter is to just do the quick grab spam that I do. Because if you punch them and do other things, you will also get on their bad side. That will also lower your friendliness with them, and then they'll go hostile after a while. So if you don't want to go hostile, you should do it the way I'm doing it. Yeah, because you also have that kind of reputation system that you need to factor in as well. But yeah, that's what that square represents. Like you can see how some of the squares are colored in, some of them aren't. The more I interact with them, the more those squares fill up. That didn't take much, actually. The laughers are the craziest ones because they're the only ones that will actually attack their own people. None of the others will attack their own people. Over here we have a Rager. Yeah, I'd be angry too if someone did that to me. Someone just came up to me and did this. No, the Ragers, yeah, you might think the Ragers would do it too, but no, it's only the laughers that do it.
So that's where you were.
Let's get into the shade and read some porn. Because our stress is not so good right now. Our psych isn't too good.
You okay?
I think you get 1 bar of psych per page. So if you really want to get the most out of the magazine, you should wait for the bar to fill before you turn the page. Now when I turn the page, it should start filling up again. Yeah, we're actually getting a little bit less than a bar, but that's only because our stress is so high. The stress will also determine the amount of juice we get back. At least I think, anyway. When the stress goes to 0, we should get a full bar.
Who was that? Oh, it's you.
Maybe my health affects it as well, I'm not sure. Ooh, that's a cool pattern.
Looks like the rebels succeeded in shutting down the power station. Now that they've lost one of their bases, the regime troops will be on the defensive. This is your opportunity to slip through. The battle at the power station seems to have died down a little, but the situation hasn't changed. Whoever wins has got the area in lockdown, so Snake, proceed with caution, and don't let anybody see you. The facility where Naomi...
Yeah.
Come on, hop in. It's getting rough out there. I don't think so. We meet again.
You've been following me.
You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
B&Bs.
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
That's a female?
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They're run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Drebin to let you in on a few things. Ever since you showed up in the Middle East, the B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate.
Old, huh?
Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into beasts.
War transforms us.
But deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, a master of mimicry, and Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah. There used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus. Raven. Wolf. Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snake Hound unit. And they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Drebin. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You can say Patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
What the hell are these Patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and law that Americans invoke so often.
The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy, which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning, but now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots' AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs from the outside.
But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
All right. See you later, Drebin. Otacon, what's the plan?
The facility where Naomi's being forced to do research is still a ways off. Use the destination mark on your radar to figure out where to go.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
Your psych is starting to slip a little. Are you all right?
I'll be fine.
Hey, Snake, you have some muño, right?
What?
It's a type of herb that grows wild in South America.
Herb.
You can use it to make tea.
Oh, you mean the plant?
Yeah. You know the light minty scent it gives off when squeezed? Well, that smell supposedly helps alleviate the symptoms of altitude sickness. I wonder if it might help your psych gauge recover a little faster, too. Try equipping it the next time you feel your psych getting low.
Hey, what's up, Panta? How's it going? Alright, hold on. There's one thing I want to check here. Are the boys still walking around here, or are they gone after that scene? Ah, they're gone. Fuck. I wanted to test something with that laughing guy again. Oh well. Anyone inside the place?
Oh, it was you!
Oh, hey! There is still one guy here, okay. It's kind of interesting how they can even destroy the power here by themselves. Yeah, so this next area will also change significantly depending on what you do with this area. If you win the war or not, if you win the battle. If you don't win the battle, you'll have to deal with a load of PMCs here. Some guys will be walking in from the road over there. You'll have a sniper up here on the cliff. PMCs up ahead in that path as well. I think when we go up here, we still will have PMCs.
So that's where you were.
Who? Oh, you again.
What herb helps with the altitude sickness? The muña. Do I have any of it? This stuff. Native to South America. The locals use its odor to relieve the symptoms of altitude sickness. Can also be brewed into a delicious tea. Slightly increases psych restoration speed while equipped. Yeah, so you just equip it. This chapter is pretty rough on your stress and on your psych just because it's so warm. Whenever you're outside of the shade, your stress just skyrockets.
What happened?
Ah, yeah, wait, so this whole area is just completely free of PMCs now? Cool.
Let's go!
What about this guy? Yeah, just another militia guy.
Oh, it was you!
We send him after his friend. Go, go, go. I love the way they run. Oh shit! Oh my god, he's on a mission. Get him quick before you pass out.
It's you again.
Do it. Oh,
What's going on?
Fuck.
Get up. Who? What are you doing here?
He was going for this guy. Oh, you're so lucky, man. Oh, 2 laughing guys. Come on. Oh, I need to play around with this more. I really like that you don't just get the same laugh from every guy. Seems like there are a few variations on the VA. Amazing. Get him! Shoot him! Sometimes they just seem to bug out. Or maybe it's intentional. It's hard to even know.
What's wrong?
Oh my god, this guy's a laughing guy as well.
What was that for?
Oh shit.
Get up.
How did you discover this? Well, it's just a system in the game, you know? I guess they just don't really explain it. But yeah, it's just a part of... you can just see it as a part of their information with the solid eye. You know, when you equip the solid eye, you get all this information related to the NPCs, your status, how friendly you are. And yeah, that's just what the squares represent.
Rise and shine.
The squares represent their emotion.
Damn it.
Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose.
I see your psych is a little bit low. Snake, the gauge below your life gauge is your psych gauge.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Then you'll hear it again. The psych gauge affects the rate at which your life gauge recovers. In other words, how fast your wounds heal. It also greatly influences how well you perform various actions. When your psych gauge is full, your life recovers quickly and you shouldn't have any problems doing what you need to do. Remember, your body isn't the only thing driving your performance. Your mind is every bit as important.
Hey, I don't let my mental state affect my combat efficiency.
You may think that, Snake, but the truth is, you're not as young as you used to be.
Could have fooled me.
It's your psyche that's keeping you alive inside. So you better take it seriously. Keep a close eye on your psych gauge.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the calls still tell you about a lot of pretty obscure stuff related to the mechanics. Like, they go into great detail regarding the radar and how that works and how the threat ring works, the octo camo. But yeah, I don't think they do ever talk about the emotion gauge. Maybe he brings it up in like one line without explaining how it works. But yeah, I don't know if that not being in the game would be a case of bad coding. That would be just more an issue with the overall direction, right? If you were to criticize that not being in the game. Vacation's over with the 6. Thank you very much. I can try and call Otacon. I don't think he'll say anything. Oh god, I'm on his bad side. I forgot to crouch. That's why. Fuck.
The enemy's here.
I'm just gonna let him kill me. I have his weapon. Hey, DRK. Both Otacon and Rose talk about how the solid eye can tell emotions. Yeah, I couldn't remember if they comment on it or not. I probably got the call earlier with Otacon. Because I did do a lot of those early tutorial calls about the solid eye and the threat ring. And I know he brings up like various, like a lot of those features. Just couldn't remember what he said about the emotions. Where are you going, man? Oh, wow, he has some honor. He's not going to kick me while I'm knocked down.
Hi, it's Rose.
What's my status?
You should try and up your psych. And you're being pursued by the enemy. Not exactly the best conditions for recovering your psych. The sooner you can get to safety, the better. You're going to make it out of this. I know you will. Sorry if I kept you waiting.
No problem. What's the situation?
Let's see. Your psych is looking a bit low. And with the enemy on your trail, you can't concentrate on getting your psych
Yeah, she won't
back
give you
up.
her usual
You'll have to
spiel
find
if you're in an
safety
alert
first.
phase.
It's okay. I know you'll be fine. Don't give up.
Does she have any variations on the alerts call?
Sorry if I kept you waiting.
No problem. What's the situation?
You seem to be having problems with your psych. And the enemy's after you too.
Yeah. Kill me!
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake? Snake!
Earth Grasper with the 8. Thank you very much. Actually, let me just go back up this way again.
What? Oh, it's you again.
What? Who?
So that's where you were.
Who? Oh, you again.
What the hell are you doing here?
Oh, it was you.
Who was that?
Snake, can you hear me?
This is Jack, isn't it?
I am Raiden. Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku? Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer. But Jack just avoided him. I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it. To move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, Snake.
So, there we go. Flushing Raiden down the toilet. Everyone's favorite Raiden scene. Was that an optional call? No, that's a mandatory call. You always get that in this area. Or whatever your second area is here. Look how they massacred my boy. I think I've used that parallel before when describing my feelings about Raiden in this game. The poor guy. Yeah, of course, that other detail. Roy was apparently Jack's commanding officer. The real Roy Campbell was Jack's commanding officer. Maybe the plan was for Metal Gear Solid Rising to make that make sense. Maybe in Metal Gear Solid Rising, the Colonel did actually become Raiden's commander. And maybe they reformed Foxhound for a few months as well. That's how you explain it. That's how you explain it. We'll just never get to see it because MGS Rising never became a thing. This was all just a setup for the story of MGS Rising. That's how you explain it. Maybe? No. No, I highly doubt it. I don't think they had... I don't think they were even working on the early stages of the MGS Rising script when this game was being made. I don't think they were even thinking about MGS Rising when these lines were being written. But it is so that is it, you know, it's a decent bit of headcanon. If you want to come up with, yeah, it's some decent headcanon. Usually I don't come up this way at all. Oh yeah, this fucking area. I haven't been here in a long time. Yeah, originally Rising was going to take place between MGS2 and MGS4, but then when they handed it over to Platinum, they changed that whole plan. Yeah, they did reveal some footage, the infamous video of Raiden chopping up watermelons. And chopping down buildings. I think they had a lot of trouble getting that cutting mechanic working properly. Remember Kojima talking about that? Poor Yuji Karakado, man. I think he said something along the lines of, well, the failure of Rising will haunt me until the day I die, or something very dramatic. I felt really bad when I read that comment from poor Karakado. Can't remember if he was the who was the lead director of Rising initially. Was it Karakado? Was he just the lead producer? I still enjoyed it. Well, we're talking about even a whole different thing. We're not even talking about a game that released. When I'm talking about Karakado talking about the failure of Rising, he's not talking about the failure of Metal Gear Rising, the game that released. He's talking about the failure of Metal Gear Solid Rising to become a thing. The failure of the first version of the game, which got scrapped. What am I doing now? Earth Grasper, I don't think I thanked you for the 8. Thank you very much. I think I might actually go back to the previous area here. Do some death calls with Rose.
What happened?
We good? Oh!
Go, go, go!
Ba-dum bum bum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum. Oh wow, this area cancels out that alert, huh? This is a really awkward way of going about this. Ooh! Oh, but now that I'm coming back through here, these guys have already taken this place. Have they? Yeah, I guess they have.
What's going on?
Hideki left Platinum recently, yeah. I wonder, is that game scrapped as well? You know, he was working on the final part of his superhero trilogy. That kaiju game he was working on, which was going to be like the third part of, you know, he released Beautiful Joe, The Wonderful 101. And he was apparently working on another game in that trilogy. Wonder, is that getting scrapped now?
Oh, you again.
Now, I'm not talking about Scalebound. Alright. One of the few areas in MGS4 where you can swim. And I guess that's why my alert cancelled, because I went back to a friendly area with no enemies. That makes sense.
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake?
You just get his regular scream? Is it always like that? I was getting ready for a different kind of death scream there, like a gurgle. You just get his regular scream.
Rose, I know it sounds weird, but I can't shake this feeling that I've drowned before.
Like deja vu?
Well, more like I have this gut feeling, like I died underwater at some point.
Are you afraid of water?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Then I wonder what it could be.
Except now it feels like I'm more aware than ever of drowning. I'm paying more attention to my O2 gauge and coming up for air more regularly.
That's a good thing.
No, you're not.
As long as you're aware of that danger and how to avoid it, you'll be able to respond more effectively to real-life crises.
You're right. No more risky underwater maneuvers for me.
Good to hear it, Snake. That's what we're all hoping for. That you'll finish the mission and come home safely.
Are we getting random outfits?
Nice. Anyway, sorry to bother you.
Not at all. You can call me anytime, Snake.
Are we getting random outfits from Rose? When we spoke to her the first time, we got the turtleneck, didn't we? And then we got something different after that. And now we're getting the turtleneck again? Maybe now it's changed to the turtleneck just because we've passed midnight. She wears different outfits depending on the day of the week. And now let's blow ourselves up.
Come in, Snake! What happened? Snake? Snake!
Rose, you there? There's something I wanted to ask you.
You're not hurt, are you?
Hurt? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just making sure. Forget I asked.
What's the matter?
I was catching a few minutes of shut-eye, and I had a dream. A dream where you were in an explosion. It seemed so real, I couldn't help but get a little worried.
Relax, I'm alive. Death by explosion, huh? It's true. One blast and I'm off to meet my maker.
Not all explosives are the stationary bomb type. For example, if you hear a pin being pulled out of a grenade, you know what's coming next. You need to be aware of these things.
Yeah, I'll make a point of it. Thanks for looking out for me, Rose.
Don't mention it.
Okay, now on to our next death. This time by gunfire.
Back me up!
Snake, you can't die! No! Snake! Snake!
Rose, got a sec?
Well, this is a surprise. What's the occasion?
I've been having these dreams where I get shot and die. I'm sneaking around and suddenly someone shoots me from behind. Or I'm in a gun battle and I get shot through the heart.
You've faced being shot at countless times before, haven't you?
So?
In psychology, dreams are interpreted as messages from your subconscious. They may be trying to tell you that if you keep this up, you'll die like you do in your dreams.
So, it's telling me not to repeat the mistakes I've made in my dreams. Okay. I'll have to be more careful when I see enemies with guns. Maybe spend more time sneaking around their backs, especially when there's shooting going on.
That sounds like a good plan.
Don't let
Be
them
careful,
kill you
Snake.
as well, maybe. I think that's it, isn't it? One for explosives, one for drowning, one for gunshots. There isn't one for falling. I don't think there's one for burning. From what I remember testing them out before. Am I forgetting any? I don't think so.
What's on your mind?
Just checking in.
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Snake, the gauge below your life gauge is your psych gauge.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Then you'll hear it again. The psych gauge affects the rate at which your life gauge recovers. In other words, how fast your wounds heal. It also greatly influences how well you perform various actions. When your psych gauge is full, your life recovers quickly and you shouldn't have any problems doing what you need to do. Remember, your body isn't the only thing driving your performance. Your mind is every bit as important.
Hey, I don't let my mental state affect my combat efficiency.
You may think that, Snake, but the truth is, you're not as young as you used to be.
Could have fooled me.
It's your psyche that's keeping you alive inside. So you better take it seriously. Keep a close eye on your psych gauge.
All right, all right.
Ghost Campbell. That's me doing the jiggle, by the way. In case you didn't know, you can perform the jiggle with the 6-axis by shaking the controller. That's what's actually going on there. Taking us back to the Police Knots days.
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
Your psyche is in excellent condition. Everything looks good to go.
Great, thanks.
Snake, your psych gauge is affected by the conditions you're in. Staying in a place that's too hot or too cold or being exposed to combat conditions for extended periods causes stress to build up in your body and mind. The more tension you've accumulated, the more your psych gauge decreases. As the gauge decreases, it starts to negatively affect your performance. Your hands start to shake and your life gauge recovers more slowly. Vision gets blurry and you can't make out your targets. All of these things impair your ability to complete the mission. So be sure and keep an eye on your psych gauge at all times.
Right, yeah, okay. There's quite a few calls related to your psych, but we'll try and pace them out a bit.
Over there! Careful!
Let's go! You got my back? Over there!
Okay.
Careful!
Oh!
Let's go!
I really like this leaf camo.
Careful!
the dirt and the leaves mixed together. It's pretty slick.
Okay. Okay. Over there.
Oh yeah, someone was
Snake,
asking about
the rebels
getting
have
run
got an
over.
armored dozer. They're probably going to use it to bust their way into the mansion. Give it some cover and it might get you inside the compound.
I don't think there is a death call for getting run over, but we could maybe test it here. I'm not sure if this thing will even kill. I'm not sure if it'll kill me when I'm at full health. Let's see. It's fairly slow. Oh. Right, of course, he just runs out of the way. I already knew that was going to happen. Or I should have known that was going to happen. That's what he always does. Or, I mean, I guess I've only seen it when it's up, you know, when you're standing up there. I thought maybe when you were down a bit further, he would actually kill you or something. Hold on. Ah, fuck it. We'll just keep going.
We got company. Move! Charge!
Naomi's lab is somewhere inside those mansion grounds. Proceed immediately. Infiltrate the place and find out where she is.
At 13 with the 81 months. Thank you. These PMCs looking very Blackwater-esque. The shades and the caps. These paintings that we see here are all done by the legendary Masahiro Ito of the Silent Hill series. These were all done by him. Yeah, at MGS3, of course, you have the paintings in Granon's lab done by Hiro Asuda, and now we get the Masahiro Ito paintings. Masahiro Ito, who also worked on Metal Gear Survive, of all things. Did the design of that big creature in Survive. So if your stress is high, your psych is low, Akina will help you here. We don't need her assistance right now, we're good.
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Here's a good way to think about your psych gauge. Low psych equals high stress. So the best way to replenish your psych gauge is to relieve your stress. Being pursued by the enemy can be a tremendous source of stress. By the same token, staying out of sight and giving your body a rest relieves stress and allows the psych gauge to recover. Find a safe place where you can crouch or lie down and just lay low for a while. Also, just getting out of extreme heat or cold can have a positive effect on the gauge. Pay attention to how the psych gauge moves and find a stress relief technique that works for you.
Yeah. And does it explode? I don't think so. We could test it. Maybe we've broken it now. Let's see. Do we still get the reaction? It seems like she might be bulletproof as well. Not leaving any mark.
Then we'll have to make a lot of changes. Yes, that's right. We'll need another guy. Uh-huh. Yes. I've taken care of it. Yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Naomi.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I've no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotions, senses, in other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down. Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit through the years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up. Oh my God. Snake.
All right, let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. I'm not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body, and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox diet too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with Terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease or faulty research or Fox dye. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
The truth, Naomi. How long is my body gonna hold out?
Your cells, blood, organs, nerves, skeletal system, muscle tissue. Every part of your body is aging rapidly. An ordinary man wouldn't even be standing by now. Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
Half a year. Don't. Snake. There's something I have to tell you.
Now what?
You and I both know your body is approaching its limit. But when I said half a year, I wasn't talking about your lifespan.
What do you mean?
We can't get rid of the fox dye in your body completely. At this point, it's circulating within you like a normal virus.
Yeah, so?
Listen to me. Fox dye only kills its victims when the infected person's genetic code fully matches the genetic sequence programmed into the virus's receptors. In other words, it only attacks targets with specific genes.
I know. That's what killed the AT president. And Liquid.
Yes. And at the same time, it's set up to protect those not designated as targets from the virus's harmful effects. Here. I'll show you. The receptors on the fox dye inside your body are breaking down. The rapid aging process is changing the environment within your body. As a result, the virus is starting to mutate. The viruses on the left are fox dye in its original form. The ones on the right I took from your body. They're already mutated. The receptors, they're wearing down.
Meaning?
This mutated version of fox dye could activate even if the infected person's genetic pattern doesn't perfectly match the receptors. Which means the virus is becoming indiscriminate about what type of target it kills. Ever since Shadow Moses, fox dye has been breeding continuously in the nanomachine colony inside your body and dispersing into the air. But there are no more targets to attack, so there haven't been any more outbreaks. However, if the receptors continue to wear down, it'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
What if we kill them all? Remove them from the body?
There are no antibodies either. I don't know what percentage of the receptors have to break down, or how many people will be targeted when that happens. But what is certain is that people will begin to catch fox dye through airborne transmission. It'll start with those closest to you. Then, one by one, they'll lose their lives. The part of the virus that distinguishes between individuals will start to break down in about...
half a year.
No. 3 months at the most.
3 months?
Ironic, isn't it? You've spent your entire life saving the world from Metal Gear, from nuclear annihilation. And now, you're becoming a doomsday device yourself. I can't predict exactly how devastating the epidemic will be. Whether just 1% of the human race could unlock the broken receptors, or whether we all can. In either case, 3 months from now, you'll be a walking biological weapon. If it were up to me, you'd be quarantined already.
It's not over yet.
I know. You still have a job to do. You have 3 months. Still enough time to think once all of this is done with.
I choose death first. Will that stop Foxdie from spreading?
When the host dies, the virus dies with it. Snake, tell me one more thing. Have you been to a hospital lately?
Yeah,
While you were there, did they give you an injection?
don't they always?
Take a look at this. These came out of your body as well. It's a new strain of Foxdie, one I've never seen. Someone must have put them in you recently. Do you have any idea who?
Him.
The new Foxdie strain is starting to multiply rapidly.
What's in it?
I can't say for sure. I'll need to do some more tests. Here, take this. It contains the same substance the soldiers' nanomachines secrete inside their bodies. It's a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. The nanomachines inside the body malfunction when the system interferes with them. It triggers a reaction in the body, which is why you're having the seizures. Give yourself a shot whenever they get bad. It's potent, so use it sparingly, unless you want to end up an invalid. It may restore your psyche for a short while, but use it too often and the amount restored will start to decrease. I've been a fool. I let myself drown in my nanomachines, and now I'm trapped by them.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both. Where's Liquid?
I can't tell you yet. Not until you free me.
Do you even know?
Liquid left here last night.
Where was he headed?
Those are my terms. I can't leave this place of my own will.
What are you talking about?
I'm being watched. Liquid has altered his plan. Removing the system will only cause his army to collapse from within. So he's chosen to seize control instead. Liquid's objective is to hijack the SOP system. He'll use it to create the ultimate army of perfect soldiers and launch his insurrection against the Patriots. There's a name for his new plan. He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
Guns of the Patriots.
This place isn't safe. Come with us. This way.
go. First up, we have to deal with these frogs. And then we get to the main course. What do I want to do here? Stuns. See if we can get the first few right here. Oof. I don't think I got all of them. Ah! Got her. Nice. Now we let the drum can finish the job. One. Two. And three. That's how you take care of the frogs. Pretty easy. Pretty easy if you know exactly what to do. Go. And normally I use some pretty big weapons against her, but maybe this time I'll just go with the M4. Let's just go all out with the M4 this time.
beast seems to laugh at everything.
At this point, no matter what you say to her, she'll only respond one way.
The symptoms resemble those seen in Ganser syndrome. It's a type of dissociative disorder characterized by irrelevant responses to the situation at hand. It often manifests itself in soldiers under extreme battlefield stress.
You mean she's not having a good time out here?
I doubt it. I'm starting to wonder if she might not have some kind of deep-seated psychological trauma.
Oh, really? No. Oh! Jesus, I didn't think she had that range. That range. I knew about that attack. I just didn't think it was possible for her to do it from that range. That was crazy. I hear you. I don't even need the solid eye. I know.
Snake, come here.
Otacon, what's wrong? Why are you calling me over there?
Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
It was you.
I'm telling you, I didn't call you. This is no time for jokes. You're supposed to be fighting Octopus. Come on.
Hey, Otacon.
Snake really sounds senile there. Hey!
Hey, over here.
Really sounds like Otacon, though.
This way, Snake.
What else could explain this? There's no way. Laughing Octopus is all about mimicry, though.
This way.
So maybe she can somehow mimic Otacon. No, that's ridiculous.
Hey, over here. Oh, you should have been more careful.
Otacon, what the hell were you thinking sending me over there?
Hold on a minute. I didn't tell you to go anywhere.
Thanks a lot. I just got nailed by a trap. Are you trying to get me killed?
Now, wait a second, Snake.
0 damage? No, it got rid of my last health bar. I had to use noodles there.
Hey, over here. Here, this way.
What is that throwing sound? Could you be responsible for these bombs?
This way, Snake. Here, this way. Oh, you should have been careful.
Something's fishy here. Someone keeps calling you, but it's not me.
Octopus.
Think about what she can do.
It's a fake.
It sure is possible. Watch out, Snake.
It sure is possible, but not a certainty. You know, you never know. It might still be me. It might be me.
Hey, over here!
Okay, let's try and roll over the bombs this time.
This way! Not very smart, are we?
Mimicry is a way of making your opponent see something they're not really seeing. It can be very effective in rendering your opponent psychologically vulnerable. It's easy to think she couldn't possibly be here. Be careful you don't fall into that trap.
Snake, you've got to be more careful. Those are traps laid by octopus. Use your head, man.
Hey, over here!
Oh, hold on. I still have my Metal Gear Mark II right here, so that can't be the Mark II. Oh yeah, and mine is way smaller too. Alright, round 2.
Naomi? But why? Snake, Octopus's suit seems to work the same way as your Octo Camo. It'll use mimicry and traps as weapons against you. Stay focused. Don't be deceived by its disguises. Snake.
What if I just leave her here? I think she'll just laugh after a few seconds and get back up.
Snake. 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 You may think you've got more important things to worry about, but your psych level can have a significant impact on the course of battle. Keep an eye on it. Help me.
It's another mimic! Watch out, Snake!
Oh! That attack is lethal. It'll one-shot you. Stay away from the windows. Not this time. Wow. Come on, you bitch. Woo!
I am an octopus. An 8-legged beast. These tentacles are beyond my control. Their will is the will of the battlefield. Funny. So funny. It's all so funny. No. It's not funny. Nothing is funny. I shouldn't be laughing. I can't. The truth is, I'm not laughing. Not laughing at all.
Make up your fucking mind.
I shouldn't be laughing. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry I laughed. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. I can't. I don't want to.
Snake, she's shed her suit. Who knows what she'll throw at you next? Watch out!
The timing. Oh, we're getting romantic. Fuck it, I'll leave it on. Fuck! Ah!
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake?
Fuck! I think they do more damage each time they grab you. Like, if that was the first grab and I had that much health, I think I would have survived.
Snake, she's shed her suit. Who knows what she'll throw at you next? Watch out!
Sunlight! 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 Sunlight!
The damage! Yeah, this is considered outdoors, which is interesting. You can get all that solar power.
Laugh with me!
It was designed to be played like that. With the background sounds and everything. It's what it was made for.
Yo, Snake, looking good today.
Drebin, what do you want?
That's cold, man. And here I was about to tell my very best customer about face camo.
Face camo?
That camo skull cap you just picked up from Tentacle's shell. It utilizes the same kind of technology as your octo camo suit. Using the two together can get you even better results. I'd hang on to it if I was you.
Doesn't fit. It's not my size or shape.
Yeah, looks like it could use a bit of tailoring before you can sport it. Not my line of work, but... Ain't you got a buddy who specializes in that kind of thing?
Somebody's done their homework.
Hey, it's my job.
Is that the real reason you injected me with those nanomachines? To spy on me?
I prefer the term customer data management myself.
Drebin.
Relax. It's strictly confidential. I ain't gonna share it with anybody.
Then what did you mix a virus in with the nanomachines for?
Virus?
A certain virus was detected in my body. Are you saying it wasn't in the nanomachines you injected?
Look, you do know there are other folks who could have done this to you. And besides, what would I gain from infecting you? Better for me that you're out there kicking ass on the battlefield. I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought I'd meet the man who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly. She just kept on laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
You got it. She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village with a passion. Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the Devil's Child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon. Like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Why are you telling me this? You expect me to feel sorry for her?
Nah. I know you got no room for that stuff in your world. And besides, this is war. Right? In a way, though, I guess it was the right thing to do.
What was?
Fighting you cleansed her mind. All right, enough chit-chat. There's other beasts out there in them woods. Watch your back.
Snake, have you lost sight of the target? Whenever something moves, it leaves a trail behind. Track and find Naomi's trail.
I'm not like Big Boss. Tracking isn't my strongest suit. When did you get so good at it?
After saving Sonny, I drifted around the globe. In Alaska, a tribal elder taught me some scouting techniques.
Drifted? You never went back to see Rose?
Rose? She doesn't exist. No. Rose and I live in different worlds, different times. Her world has no place for someone like me. My place is here on the battlefield.
Huh.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail. Your target's trail could be footprints, a branch they broke along the way, bent grass trampled underfoot. You need to feel for clues using all your senses: sound, smell, touch, the direction of the wind. Watch how the animals move. Listen for unusual bird calls. These are signs that someone may be disrupting the environment nearby.
You sound like a ninja.
Exactly. Ninja are the ultimate scouts. If your enemy is a skilled scout, they'll be doing the same thing. You may be the hunter, but you are also the hunted. To avoid enemy detection, move slowly, little by little. Don't disturb the air around you. Try to make as little noise as possible. Your pursuers will be doing the same, trying to sneak up on you without a sound. If you can't pick up the trail with your naked eye, switch the solid eye to infrared mode. That will enable you to see Naomi's footprints and any enemies lying in ambush.
Switch the solid eye to infrared. Got it.
But the sound it makes while engaged could end up giving your position away. So don't leave it on for too long.
All right.
Listen to your heart. Trust your senses as much as you can. And you will find Naomi's trail.
I'll give it a shot.
Snake, follow Naomi's trail and find out where they took her. Watch out, though. You might run into a few holdups along the way.
Okay, thank you, Otacon. Alright, so now we have to track Naomi. But the first thing we're going to do is go back. Go off the beaten track and back to where we came from. Wait, do I even need ammo? Let's see. You can get more trank ammo if you come back. No, I'm already maxed out. If you need more trank ammo, you can just come back here. Unfortunately, we can't go back inside Naomi's lab to investigate. I think Otacon comments on this, does he?
Yes, Snake?
Just here for my checkup.
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Eating replenishes more than just your stamina. It also helps your psych gauge recover. Since ancient times, military commanders have struggled with the problem of how to secure food for their men. How much soldiers get fed, not to mention how well, has a direct effect on morale. Back when wars were fought between absolute monarchies, the maximum distance an army could travel in a day was limited to the distance from one supply point to the next. The quality of the food is a major factor, too. During World War II, American battleships housed vending machines that were stocked with cigarettes, soft drinks, and ice cream. They called them Gedunk bars. The phrase is still used by sailors and Marines today.
Ice cream. Tasty.
Apparently, they even built special floating ice cream factories capable of producing 5,000 gallons of ice cream an hour to feed soldiers on ships too small to have their own Gedunk bars. They even had their choice, soft or hard. Napoleon once said, "An army moves on its belly." He knew what he was talking about.
Anonymous, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Dear Lord, what am I watching? That was during the Laughing Octopus sequence, I see. Thank you very much for the 5. Otacon, do you have anything to say about this?
The enemy's probably setting up ambushes ahead. Keep an eye on your radar for signs of enemy presence.
Alright. Oh, nice. Noodles here as well. I forgot about that. Yeah, I quite like this tracking Naomi sequence. It loses some of its luster when you know exactly where to go. But still a kind of a nice change of pace. Different for the series to have something like this. And if we deliberately go off in other directions where Naomi clearly isn't going, we can find some fun stuff too. Someone came down here, not Naomi.
Snake, the trail splits up into multiple directions. Look closely at the footprints.
Yeah, that's where we're supposed to be going. But what if we go back here? We have this guy who will just piss forever. As long as you stay far back away from him, this guy will just keep pissing, and he will never stop. If you get close to him, then he'll stop pissing. Maybe he isn't pissing at all, and this is just some kind of ruse. That piss looks... That is a wide piss. A wide, thick-looking piss. Doesn't really look like piss. You know, compare that to the MGS2 piss. Yeah, very syrupy, isn't it? Compare that to the MGS2 piss. Oh, maybe he keeps pissing even when you get close. No, there we go. Oh shit! I'll take that. He smacked up against an invisible wall there. Okay, we'll leave him be. Where's my trank?
What?
Oh, really?
Looks like they split up here.
So, no sign of Naomi's footprints here. Well, let's take a look anyway. Down here we have this thing, which is kind of funny. We have a vision test. An eye test. An eye test for an old man. I think the Japanese characters spell out Metal Gear Solid, if I remember correctly. Maybe someone in chat can confirm. Pretty sure that says Metal Gear Solid. Why is this out here? I don't know. There's also a guy here waiting for us. Getting ready to ambush us.
Perfect. He'll never spot me here.
Did he set up the eye test? Did he think this would distract Snake? I think he has another line as well. If we keep hanging around.
The last thing he hears is gonna be my rifle.
Anything else?
This is perfect. He'll never spot me here.
Hold on one sec, guys. I think that was just his first line again.
The last thing he hears
Yeah.
is gonna be my rifle.
Alright, I'm just gonna leave you there. Trying to remember if they say anything about this little thing here in the Integral podcast. This little entry point here. Another dead end. Oh my god! Not a dead end. I forgot about that. Thankfully, that guy's asleep back there. He didn't get alerted. Another dead end, my ass. I think that got me last time I played the game. I think I have a habit of forgetting about that claymore. Oh, he heard. He heard. That was a good trap. Here we have this guy.
You think that could be Naomi's?
What's this? Some kind of scarf? Handkerchief? Her footprints are here.
He's here. I can smell him. He's about 50 meters dead ahead.
This guy is kind of weird because he can't actually hear your footsteps, even if you run around here. I don't know. I don't think he can move from that position. Maybe if you run all the way up here, he can see you. He probably can, right? Surely he would have to trigger an alert if you ran up here. Then he'd probably stand up.
Well, what's this doing here? Naomi.
I don't think she was wearing a bra in the previous cutscene. Any footsteps around here that belong to her? No. Yeah, no, definitely not Naomi's. Oh! What? I thought you were always safe to go around that corner. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home.
I keep looking out for some kind of light every time, and I get disappointed every time. We're staring to the east here. If you look at the radar there, on the top right. But yeah, I guess the UFO landed here, maybe flew off to the east. We can picture it. Isn't there some crazy detail with this waterfall? Doesn't it, like, reduce your stress or something? No. Whoa, look at my fucking psych, man. I need to go through the Integral podcast again. Don't they talk about this waterfall in the Integral podcast? Maybe they just talk about the sound design or something related to the sound design. I thought flowing water was also supposed to affect Snake's stress. You can also drown yourself here if you like. Just in case. Just in case you ever want to drown. MGS5 style.
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
Your psych is getting dangerously low. You need to recover it.
I know.
Snake, are you okay? Your psych's looking awfully low there.
Yeah. I can't seem to get out of this slump.
You should find a nice, safe place to rest and replenish your psych. It may help to equip some Munya, too, if you have any.
Munya?
It'll help you to relax, and should help your psych gauge recover faster.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
Let's do a few more of these low psych calls with Rose.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
You've lost a large amount of psych. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Snake, what makes you tense? Stressors, the factors that cause stress, can be divided into several types. They can be psychological, social, biological, chemical, or physical. In battlefield terms, that corresponds to the presence of enemies, the battlefield environment, biological and chemical weapons, and physical wounds and hunger caused by combat. Any of these factors can cause stress to build up. So you need to pay attention not only to your health, but also to your psyche, especially when engaged in combat. What's up, Snake?
Got an update for me?
You've lost a large amount of psyche. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Stress is an adaptive response your body takes to protect itself when confronted by a threat. It happens to everybody. There are no exceptions. Everyone gets stressed sometimes. Fear, anxiety, and worry are examples of psychological stress responses. Some people might not like to admit they have these negative feelings inside, but being aware of your own stress is essential to keeping it under control. You can't fight an enemy you know nothing about, right? The same is true of stress. To recover your psyche, you need to know where your stress is coming from. Give me a call whenever you feel it getting low. Rose here. How's it going?
Super.
Your psyche is at an extremely dangerous level. You need to take immediate action to recover it.
Got it.
In order to effectively manage your stress, you first need to assess it.
Yeah.
Think about what happens to people when they get tense. Some people feel more tired than usual. Others experience stronger emotions or exhibit incoherent behavior or become dependent on things like alcohol or tobacco.
Tobacco, huh?
Some experience insomnia, depression, or have trouble concentrating. Others find themselves feeling apathetic, mentally drained. Everyone has their own way of reacting to stress. The important thing is to get a feel for what effect stress has on you. Pay attention to your psych gauge to learn what sort of situation causes it to go down.
Yeah, the cigarettes do help. They fuck up your life, though.
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
You'll be putting yourself at risk if you lose any more psych. Take any steps necessary to recover it.
Will do.
One method of managing stress is taking the more obvious routes. Overeating, drinking alcohol, smoking, complaining or acting irritable, relying on sleeping pills. These are only short-term fixes and may lead to addiction or other serious problems. In your case, Snake, smoking seems to help recover your psyche. But it's not a good idea to become dependent on it. I'd advise you to watch your intake. Hi, this is Rose.
I need an update on my psyche.
Your psyche is getting dangerously low. You need to recover it.
I know.
One method of stress management is to get your mind off the problem for a while. Watch TV or a movie. Look at paintings or pretty scenery. Get some rest. Take a break. Keep yourself busy with a hobby. All these things work well, but bear in mind they're really nothing more than emergency stopgap measures. There's still the matter of getting to the root of the problem.
I don't see any TVs around here. And the scenery...
Well, how about paintings or sculptures? Or listening to music, that works too. Or sometimes it helps if you stand by a river or a pond.
Yes!
Look around for a place or site that might help you recover your psyche.
Yeah, we have a lovely fucking river right here, Rose. But it wasn't doing anything. Maybe if I get rid of a bit of my stress, maybe it's just good for my psyche.
Huh? That's weird. Naomi's shoe prints just vanish. But just hers.
But just hers. Oh. But just hers. Shut up, Otacon. Okay, let's just get the stress to go down a little bit. And then we'll see if we can notice any difference with the psych increase if we stand beside the waterfall. Oh, but just hers. Fuck you, Otacon. Mitten DJ, thank you very much for the 19 months. Okay, right, let's test it now. Let's test it now. See, if just standing out here is terrible for your stress. You know, when you're out in this sun, your stress just skyrockets. Oh, I don't think this river does anything for me, man. Lie down? I was already lying down before. If I lie down further, I drown myself. Yeah, if you lie down like that, it'll recover your psych faster, but I'm looking for something that's specific to the waterfall. Oh yeah, it is going up pretty damn fast there, alright. Hold on, how is it normally when I'm just lying down? Yeah, it's pretty fast normally as well. I think it's the same. I tried first-person view as well. That didn't do anything. Maybe you can do it in Act 3 if you go down in by the river. You know, where there's actually, you know, where you're not out in the blistering sun. Maybe the Act 3 rivers are good for this.
Rose here. How's it going?
Super.
Your sight could look a lot better than this.
I'll keep that in mind.
Speaking of food, Snake.
Colonel.
Nobody said anything about food.
Middle of something here.
Have you ever eaten rations from a country other than the U.S.?
Of course I have.
The UN recently held a ration swap meet between military attachés from each member state. It was a momentous development in the cultivation of mutual understanding of other countries' cuisine.
Roy, this isn't really the time.
On the contrary. I want you to hear this too, Rose.
I've already heard it 100...
You'll survive. Anyway, Snake, I did a taste test and found that French rations were generally the best. The Italians weren't bad either. And the Japanese stuff was much better than I expected.
Really? That's wonderful.
But everyone seemed to agree that the worst rations of all were ours. America for the win.
All right. So what's your point?
Yep, it must be nice to live in a country that knows how to cook. Those French rations, délicieux. I wish you could have been there to try some, Snake. And, you too, Rose.
Colonel, what exactly are you?
Some of the best food I'd ever tasted, Rose.
I'm sorry, Snake. Ever since he went to that swap meet, it's all he can talk about. You think he'd never had a decent meal in his life.
No kidding. Huh. Wait a minute. Rose, who does the cooking at your house?
Me. Roy doesn't... What are you getting at?
Nothing. Never mind. Colonel, my sympathies.
It's appreciated, Snake.
I actually like those American rations.
All right, I think we can move ahead.
Naomi's left a clear trail for you to follow. Use Raiden's advice to help figure out where she was taken. Snake, you remember what Raiden was saying about scouting? Well, I did a little research of my own. The scouting he was talking about has a slightly different nuance than the reconnaissance scouting commonly referred to in the military.
Makes sense. I kinda got that feeling from the way he was talking.
The word scout, as he used it, originally referred to Native American warriors. I, on the other hand, prefer to see the concept as being rooted in their attitudes towards nature. To know nature, study it, fear it, love it, to be one with it. As I understand it, the true essence of scouting lies in that way of life. The basis of scouting is awareness. Take, for example, a hunter tracking an animal. The hunter is surrounded by clues that tell him about his prey. Footprints, bent grass, broken branches, shifts in the air, things that are out of place. But they only speak to the tracker if he notices them. Some Native American tribes have long been able to detect even the most minute details because they develop those senses from early childhood by living in nature. They use all 5 of their senses, placing great importance on sensing through the skin, and sometimes go shirtless even in winter. It's said there are many different ways to feel the same wind. These things may seem foreign to you and I, but for them it's a way of life.
Little too abstract for me.
Yeah, me too. Maybe Raiden's reached a level of enlightenment we haven't.
Maybe. Something to ask him next time our paths cross.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. I'm sure he'll be very enlightened when we meet up with him. Is Otacon the only person who calls him Raiden in this? No, Snake refers to him as Raiden. Many times as well.
Snake, these enhanced soldiers seem to be using some sort of device to cling to the walls.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't look like they have spikes or suction cups.
This is only a guess, but I think their gloves and boots might have some mechanism that employs van der Waals force. It's a type of mutual interaction that occurs between 2 electrically neutral particles. Geckos use it to crawl up walls and across ceilings.
Oh, that kind of gecko. But those things are a hell of a lot lighter than a human.
Well, around 10 years ago, I read about an experiment where they reportedly suspended an object weighing 100 grams using a 5mm square piece of adhesive tape. Assuming the technology's advanced since then, I don't see why these guys couldn't be climbing all over the walls.
Otacon, what about Vamp? How he ran up that support pillar in the big shell. You think that's how he did it?
You mean, did he have this technology? He could have, yeah.
So it wasn't that he had some freak supernatural powers.
Hey, when technology starts to test the limits of our imagination, what's the difference?
He's wearing normal fucking boots, Snake. He was wearing normal boots. No, he couldn't have had that same technology. Fuck you.
Snake, the heavier someone is, the deeper the footprint they'll leave behind. Take a look with the solid eye. Deeper footprints should show up darker than shallow ones.
But Naomi's footprints ought to be shallower than the soldiers. She's not carrying any gear.
If you were carrying somebody, however, the extra weight would make your footprints deeper.
So, one of them might be carrying Naomi.
That depends. Are some of the prints deeper than others? Look closely, Snake.
Alright, thanks for the advice, Raiden. I think you only get that call if you spend a long time in the first area. It's like the game assuming that you're struggling a bit. If you're playing at a decent pace, you won't get interrupted at that point by Raiden. Gotta be careful. Oh, what the fuck? You're up here? What are you doing up here?
Get up. Get up. Hands up.
You'll get nothing from You'll get nothing from me. You'll get nothing from me. Perv!
Nothing there.
The enemy!
So that's what happens if you try and tap down one of the frogs. You go for the nut grab, but you get no response. You can still do a full tap down as long as you get them on the ground.
Here. I'm over here. Please, hurry. Ah! This is Naomi. Here. I'm over here. Save me. Save me. This is Naomi. Here. I'm over here. Save me. Save me.
Yeah, Psych is absolutely fucked again. We go for a Playboy. It's a nice spot here in the shade. I should really wait for the stress to go all the way down first. Okay, that'll do.
Freeze.
Damn you! I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Damn you!
Go to sleep. Now, this next guy can be a pain in the fucking ass. Was it the last marathon where I got him to casually walk into his own trap? That was amazing. He walked into his own carefully planted claymore.
They must have gone separate ways here.
I can just see the look on his face. Probably piss his pants.
Oh, yeah? You know, usually I don't wait around with this guy. I wonder, does he have a second line of dialogue as well? The other guys all have a second line. Let's just wait a little bit longer.
6 seconds, it'll all be over.
Oh, 6 seconds. How? He has it perfectly. He knows I'm going to be walking past here in 6 seconds. Or am I misunderstanding something here? Why 6 seconds?
I could just see the look on his face. Probably piss his pants.
Anyway, over here is another little interesting area where we have developer handprints. We can even get a handprint camo, which looks pretty sick. Pretty cool looking camo, this one. Of course, Kojima gets the biggest panel. And Shinkawa gets the second biggest. The commander and second in command. And then all the mercenaries on the outside. I think that's is that Sasaki's? Kind of looks like it says Sasaki Hideki. Mikasa. Another Sasaki.
You need to look at more than just the shape of the footprints. Don't assume you're on the right track just because the print matches the target's shoes. Take a closer look. Imagine the target actually on top of the print. Think. Is the depth of the print consistent with Naomi's weight? Does the stride, straddle, and pitch match her walk? Pay attention. Don't let the hunted fool the hunter.
Hey, Citrusy with the 31. Thank you. Oh, I couldn't even really see his head there. Just assumed it was
the
correct.
Footprints go in different directions.
Naomi's prints go down here. Do they? Yeah, this is actually a longer way to get to the exit. If you go off the path, it's actually faster from here. At least I think it is.
I'm noticing more footprints now. Security's getting tighter. We could be getting close to Naomi. Snake, the Mark II's microphone is picking something up. It sounds like a helicopter rotor. Maybe there's a heliport nearby. I'm pretty sure you've reached the forest's edge, Snake. The exit to the heliport should be close by. Find it.
Sure of it.
Yeah, and they're taking Naomi away.
will happen. Remember the last time.
I'm willing to make a few sacrifices.
As you wish. We'll begin shortly. We've got the go-ahead. Begin. We'll use his blood. It could get intense. Brace yourselves. Shots, all of you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking in.
It's not working. The emotional controls aren't stable enough yet.
Need a lift?
Grabbing.
Get in already!
Nail me. Jump! Can you walk?
It's gonna be a bumpy ride!
Okay. Thanks.
All right, guys, it's that time again. We're gonna switch streamers. Let me save. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed my little session. Let me just quit out here. Hold on, what was this file? Yeah. Just bear with me here. I'll play some tunes for a few minutes like I usually do while I get this save sent over to DRK. Vista Mansion, there we go. Okay. Yeah, just give me a couple of minutes while I get this sent over to DRK, and then I'll come back to sign off. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're ready to switch. Let me just check my dashboard one more time. All right, guys, stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds or so. And then DRK will be right back up with the rest of MGS4. Picking up right where we left off with the exact same save. And yeah, I'll be back in like 11 or 12 hours with some more MGS goodness. I'll see you soon, everyone. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be back up with DRK.